Hello, and welcome to Dice and Mimics, where I DM for a bunch of people who try to throw me off, and I end up feeding them to mimics if they keep on trying. But anyway, hello again after such a long time away. We have all had a lovely recharge over Christmas and the New Year, and we hope you all have as well. I am, as usual, Paddy, your Dungeon Master for the evening. Joining me, as always, we have Talia as... I've got that completely the wrong way around. You can tell I haven't done this
I
since
am
before Christmas.
Talia, and I will be playing Annette this evening.
No, we have Annette playing Talia.
Good evening, darlings.
We have Ben playing both Valdizian and Ert.
Evening.
We have Steph playing Vienna.
Hello.
We have Reese playing Blossom.
Watching the reactive images just coming online. It's quite interesting.
I think Reese is maybe muted or away from.
I did say hello. I might have muted after saying hello by mistake.
That's fine. And Aaron as Xandal.
Hi.
So, to pick up where we left off last time, the party had set out from Maham on a quest to try and get the soulbound item Winter's Moon for Vienna at the direction of Lady Winter. It's alright, just interrupt my spiel.
Sorry, technical issue, sorry, we try to fix.
Yeah. They had begun trekking, they bought horses beforehand and had used the Ferry of the Depths to move closer to their destination than they would have been initially. They had then spent a couple of days travelling through Penka Forest to Wygrove Stronghold. There they met some interesting individuals, including a Warforged, which immediately grabbed Xandal's attention, and he was enamoured. I don't know whether he's going to try and build his own, but we'll see. From there, they managed to get hold of some better winter gear and a hint at possibly where they might be going, a long-dead Dragonborn city known as Yashvar that was frozen. They've then since begun their trek northwards and have spent... Let me just check my notes quickly. 2 days travelling northwards from Wygrove Stronghold. On the second day, they ended up, during the night, being attacked by ghostly wolves, which after they had managed to destroy them all, Mortimer had released the information that these were howling echoes, and that by killing them they had released them from this mortal sort of hell that they were stuck in. But that is where we pick up, in the middle of the night, as you are all stood sort of looking out into the darkness around your camp, a light dusting of snow just beginning to fall. What would you all like to do?
Rest?
Yeah.
I think rest is good now that
Continue
the
rest.
reactive images are working as well.
Fuck's
Yay.
sake, let me log in! Oh.
Okay, so, oh, by the way, Valdizian, as you are sort of laying down to go to rest, you see a single ghostly candle appear and start just sort of orbiting your head. This is just a little thing
Yes,
that we do
we
in this
authorised.
game, in this group, which is effectively, when it's someone's birthday near a session, I will grant them this candle called the Birthday Wish, but effectively gives them a free reroll during the game. When they blow it out, but it only lasts for the one session. So, you all lay down and start drifting back off to sleep. Is anyone standing watch?
I will passively watch with my
Yeah,
passive
Xandal
18.
and Haga will take a watch each. Xandal's also going to try and work on the heating element for Haga.
Okay. Alright, so
It's
for
going to put the
that...
snake out as well.
Yep, okay. So, can you please... so Xandal, roll me a straight intelligence check for working on this heating element.
Intelligence. Ouch.
You're working on it and you're trying, and it's... I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Con save.
Uh-oh.
His hands.
I'm re-rolling that.
You're going to
It
use your.
automatically
From the
re-rolled.
off.
Oh, hang on. That's
Uh,
Hang
well,
on,
that's
hang
not
on. It's saying
20.
yeah,
That was a
nat
nat
20. What are you
20.
doing?
Oh, okay.
So
Does
Yeah,
it look like a
rolled
nat
a
1 your
1.
end?
Yeah, it rolled a 1 first and then rolled it again. So
well,
I think
it's
that
only
was my
come up
lucky
with the one.
dice.
Yeah, it's only
It's
come up once.
yeah, it's only come up once
Yeah.
with the nat 20. So
Yay, teething
you,
problems.
as you're working on it, you like start connecting like a crystal as a power source, and you see the metal begin to like glow where you touch the crystal to it, and you just quickly drop it. It hits the ground and just from the snow. You get the feeling that crystal may be too strong.
Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Try
But,
not to blow yourself up, Xandel.
I'll try not to.
okay. So, the rest of the evening passes uneventfully. After you get the feeling anything that could have potentially threatened you was probably warded off by the howling echoes. Like any sort of large game or anything in this area has probably already been hunted by them. So it's not. There's no sort of wildlife or anything that interrupts your rest. As you all awake the next morning, the sun just peeking over the horizon, but muted by the clouds overhead as it is now snowing, not heavily, but there is a constant snowfall now. So you get ready, get your horses saddled up, and you begin on your trek for the next sort of trek. And I'm going to roll to see what happens. Okay. As you are trekking along as the morning progresses, you sort of begin to notice around the hooves of your horses, there's like this low level fog. And as time progresses, it gets higher and higher and higher, and it's thick. And when I say thick, I mean you're sat on the horseback and you look down and you can't see the ground.
Oh,
You're having trouble seeing like that far, and it rises and rises until you are
Please don't be
completely
Ravenloft.
enveloped in this fog. Are you guys going to stop, or are you going to try and push on?
How's my relationship with my horse going?
What was the name? Did you actually
I
name your
hadn't
horse?
named mine yet. No.
On the name of mine.
Yours was one of the slate ones, wasn't it?
Gunter named yours. Did
Yes,
call it
yours
that?
was
Did he call it-
Briar.
It's something
Briar,
Thorn,
yes.
Briar or something, yeah.
Yeah.
Briar, yeah.
So yeah, your horse, it's doing as you say, but there's times where you like you're trotting along and it will like spy a decent bit of like grass sticking out of the snow, and it'll just move over and just start chewing on it as you watch the rest of the group moving further ahead, and you're just like, come on, come on. And it takes a good sort of 5 minutes of concerted effort to get the horse to move.
So we can't see where we're going.
No, the fog has risen, and you can, if you guys were like sort of stood maybe a foot away from each other, you can just make each other out. Any further than that, and your forms start to become silhouettes.
I'm
Any
just more
further than
concerned that if there is no like landscape or anything to keep our direction, we could end up going around in circles and just getting completely lost.
that's up to you. Like I say,
I mean-
this is the current situation. You can see each other within a foot. Any further than 5 foot, and you can't see anything.
I mean,
This
we
fog
could get
is
off
that
the
thick.
horse, but then we might lose Xandel in the
That's
fog.
good. I think that we should stick together, at least. Don't wander too far. The visibility is so poor, we're not going to be able to see each other. And, I mean, can anyone see any, like, landmarks or anything to navigate by? Because we're going to get lost. What if we go around in circles? Did we stop and try and wait it out?
Not exactly aiming for anything, are we?
Well, no, but can't tell. Are we still going north? Have we turned her out? Like, I don't know whether we should wait for it to clear
Take it
and
our
hope that
compass
it does.
doesn't work like a normal compass.
Oh, the compass, that's right. Are we... Blossom, can you check the compass? Are we close enough that it's tracking the item yet? Or are we still too far away?
Can I check that? Does it?
Yep, you
point
pull it out. It
one way?
is currently not moving, and it does not act like a normal compass, unfortunately.
No, that's my fear. If we were close enough that the compass was pointing, then we'd at least have a direction to follow. But I don't know. I think we should wait. I don't want to add like a week to the journey because we've been going around in circles for several hours.
Is probably going to just test to see if turning on her her mace helps with the visibility or hinders.
Okay.
Does a cleric know find the path?
My cleric doesn't.
I say cleric can have that spell,
Shit,
but
that would have been really clutch right now.
if she doesn't have it prepared, then no. And I believe there are material components to find the
I
path.
think there is. I'm not entirely sure. It just popped into my head, and I'm like, wait, that'll help. Oh.
Of course.
Does anyone have keen mind and always knows where north is?
I was just
Yeah,
thinking
I mean,
that.
you would have needed a set of divinationary tools such as bones, ivory sticks, cards, teeth, or carved
Yeah,
runes
okay,
worth
so that
100
was
gold
not on the
coins,
cards at all. But
and an
nobody's-
object from the location you wish to find.
Yeah,
So-
and nobody's taken the feat keen mind either.
Yeah.
Can
Great.
you imagine us grabbing a thing of snow and being like, well, this?
But yes, no. So the fog is thick and it shows no signs of receding. There is no wind. There is just this gentle snowfall coming down through the fog.
Then perhaps we just pick a direction, or i.e. the direction we're currently going. We just keep going.
What
Stay close
happens-
together, don't wander off, and see whether we can get out of this fog, and hope that we haven't just gone back the way we came.
What happens if we find a cliff or spikes or...
Go slowly, use a stick. I don't know. We can't wait. It's not easing up. What do you suggest? Why don't you ask Triferian where we need to go or something, huh?
Could I use something like prestidigitation to kind of blow a little bit a wind
Yeah.
away?
Let me just
Kind of blow
check.
some of the fog out the way.
I can't do
Maybe
that
we
with
should-
Fermentage, can I? It's more... doesn't affect things.
Can I-
like,
You can create a puff of wind with thaumaturgy, with prestidigitation. So you create like a puff of wind, and it clears.
Yeah, I mean, Steph's
little-
doing the thing. I'm just saying, if two
that's
of us
what
did
I'm
it
saying.
at the same time, would it increase the range or something like that?
Well, you do. I'm just telling you what happens when she does it first, so you
yeah.
can then make your mind up. Let me give you details before you make decisions.
Sorry, I didn't want Steph to think I was taking over. I wasn't taking over. I was just...
It's okay.
But yeah, Vienna, you cast prestidigitation and make the small puff of wind, and it puffs, and the sort of fog just sort of stirs up, and then just flows straight back into place.
Would we be able to tell if it's magical or not?
Go ahead and make me an Arcana check.
Can I help with
To
that?
me.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
with
got
with
7.
Xandal assisting, you do have he's helping, so you do have advantage.
12?
Slightly better?
You don't think this is magical in the way that someone else has summoned this. You think there may be some kind of magic that's making it thicker, but it's not intentional magic. That's all you can really get. There's no magic creating this, but it may be being bolstered by some magic. You're not sure.
So I'd probably say to the group, it's like, just keep on your toes, because I'm not 100% convinced this is just a natural weather front.
I mean, normal fog doesn't just reform like that after you've blown it with magic. Your magic didn't seem to do anything to it. Like it fought it or something. That seems magical to me.
Can I see how high this fog goes?
Yeah? You want to fly straight up?
Yeah. I just want to point out that Val will probably do this straight after Talia's comment, because he's a bit pissed off.
Okay. So Val, you all just hear a whoosh, and you turn to where Val was on the back of Artax, and he's just gone.
Yeah, we can't see him now.
Yeah, none of you actually saw him take off either. You've just heard a whoosh, and
I
he's
wasn't being
vanished.
mean, Val. I genuinely think that
I mean-
maybe he could help.
I mean, again, like I say, you all hear a whoosh, and he's gone.
Can you guys imagine if Val can make himself glow? He'd be like Rudolph. We can
Val's
just
is
follow
in.
him.
Hearing that, would Val have heard that?
By that point, no, you would probably be a bit too high up.
Oh.
Especially because the natural sort of deadening effect of fog on sound as well.
Either way, like he would have turned on his like bracelet to see if he could see a little bit better with the light, so he has just lit himself up.
Yeah, it's not helping. But you fly up about. Well, it's hard to tell. You're flying up for about 10, 15 seconds, you think, and suddenly you break out of the top of of this fog bank. And looking around, you can see the sky above is still cloudy and it's getting a bit denser. The snow's still coming down. And glancing around, you can see the fog does cover everything for as far as you can see in sort of this valley you're traveling through. And looking down, like I say, it's an equal level across the whole of the valley floor. There's no like rises or falls in it. You can't tell the depth from here.
Do
either.
the edges of the valley break out through the fog? If it's
you can
so,
you can see that as you were progressing during the morning, you had actually been going down a very slight decline into this valley, and later on you will go up an incline and out the other side in this sort of forest. It's just like a natural valley that's part of this forested area.
So Val would know kind of roughly which direction the up direction would be from us, and also which way the valley would go.
You think you would
Roughly.
possibly, whether or not that will
Probably you'd be able
translate
to feel
to
it
being
under
able to
foot,
pass
yeah.
it in the fog is another matter.
I was gonna
As
say,
a matter
surely-
of fact, I need you to make me a survival check for when you go back down.
Yeah, okay.
Though you flew straight up, you've got no idea whether you banked or moved slightly.
And we didn't see him leave, and he didn't
Yeah.
tell us to stop, so we could have moved on.
I mean, we
So,
had
yeah.
stopped at that point, hadn't we?
Had we?
But yeah,
None of us
to
said
get
we'd stopped.
to
I'd
get
suggested
back
it, but
19?
19, you fly back down and you land, and you can just hear the party. You've landed maybe 10, 15 feet away. You can just hear them through the
Okay.
fog.
I'm going to
But
head towards the party's direction.
Yep. You guys hear something thump, muffled, about 15 feet to your left, and just see this very faint glow moving through the fog towards you.
what the fuck is that?
yeah, Vienna's kind
Vienna?
of squinting like, I'm here. So at least you're here, Talia. Blossom, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Zandal? Zandal?
Andal, check in.
I'm here. Sorry.
Ah,
thinking.
Val!
I'm here.
Okay, so we've got and Val.
Val, where are you?
And that's
I'm running towards you, you plonks!
What are you doing back there?
Why did you leave? I told you not to leave the party.
And I'll explain what I saw and basically what I did.
Did you see which direction we need to go then?
Well, if we're going up the other side of the valley,
Val,
then...
make me another survival check at disadvantage.
Have I not made it back to the group?
You've made it back to the group, but now this is trying to remember which direction it was.
I'm gonna say, like, surely
Because you've just come down from an area where you had lovely landmarks and like easy
Now you're
view,
in the mist where you can't
and now
really see
you've
again.
landed in this fog and turned and walked through the mist. Like,
But you can feel when you're going uphill, is what I'm trying to break in with. You
Yeah.
can
I'm
feel
going to
when you're going
burn my Christmas inspiration.
yep, a Christmas inspiration. Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
for fuck's
Oh,
sake.
okay.
Right.
Aw.
So you sort of think about it for a second, and you go to point, and then you realise you've got an all turned around when you were coming down, and it could be any direction.
Just sit there and go, fuck.
So we're still lost. Great.
Does my map show anything?
Oh, the map. That's not a bad idea. But even if we saw the landmarks on the map, we can't see it with our eyes.
As you pull the map out, do you activate the map?
I will do.
Yep, you activate the
Here's
map, and
hoping.
it maps the area 30 feet around you. That's
Does it
the
show where we are, though?
yeah. It shows where you are, but you would have to travel to fill in the rest of the map.
Yeah.
Well, at least that gives us
Yeah,
something to
it's
go
something
by.
to start
We
with.
start walking.
Let's go, Blossom. You guide. You go into the front. You have the map. We'll follow. Everyone stick together.
Okay. If I need someone to lead and make me a survival check, if it's Blossom with the map, then it's a flat check. If it's anyone else, it's at disadvantage.
Did you say the
Is it-
fog was really thick at like low levels? Like you said, it was thicker towards the bottom edge of the where the horses were, right?
The fog started there and grew upwards. It's come up from the ground.
Okay, so
It's not coming from the sky. This is a ground fog.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if Xandal's jumped off his horse, can we still see him?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
you
that's
can
fine.
still just about see him. Xandal didn't get a horse. He was riding on Hagar.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you can just about make out the top of Xandal's head. That's not like too bad.
Out of curiosity,
Hmm?
if I was to get Emily to do the thing, would
The
it at
Thing?
Renegade magic.
would it at least provide enough visibility so that we could see each other and potentially anything sneaking up on us at close levels?
And then leave us completely vulnerable because none of us can cast magic or do
Would
anything
you
with our
like
magical
me
items.
to do that, Xandal?
I'm just thinking out loud more than anything.
I mean,
Perhaps as a last resort.
if the map maps everything out and shows like us on the map, if we have that at the front,
Emily does say, Xandal, please remember whilst using that effect, I cannot move.
I thought of that. We could place you on a horse or something.
I was
mean,
thinking more in the fact that we'll be defenseless. Well, other
if
than
I go
melee.
towards the back, I can kind of do a little bit of fighting without having to see stuff. So we could have the map, which gives us some kind of knowledge at the front, and then I could be kind of at the back.
Could use M as a last resort.
Yes, I
We'll
think
see
so.
how
Mhm.
this one goes.
See how the map works first. Blossom can lead. She can read the map.
Is it worth marking our location? Because
Can you
if I
draw on the map?
no, but if I use one of the darts,
Doesn't that have a time limit though?
it lasts for a day.
Well, I suppose it would at least get us to our location, I guess. Sure, give it a go. Drop a dart, see if at least then we'll know where we've been, so we won't go around in a circle.
So, do you use one of the darts?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is 1d4 damage to yourself.
Yep.
Yep. So you nick yourself with the dart, and you see as on the map there is sort of like a green circle that shows you, just like a green dot, and then a red dot appears like basically overlaid with it, and it like flashes between green, red, to sort of like showing that they're both in exactly the same position.
Yeah. So I'll drop that on the ground.
Okay.
And,
Well,
take
Blossom, lead the
direction.
way.
Mhm.
Okay. So survival,
survival.
yeah, flat survival check.
10.
Okay. Using the map and the dart as a reference, you move along, and it's not fast going. As even with the map filling in ahead of you, the map gives a bird's eye view, so it doesn't show things like it'll bring up like what looks like a boulder on the map, but is actually like a giant pillar of stone that you have to like go round when you actually get to it, and things like that. So it's not it's a good tool, but it's not helping you go faster. You keep moving, and you're slowed down by having to sort of avoid these natural obstacles. But as the day progresses, you do feel yourselves moving upwards. And after about, I would say, most of the day, you crest, like Blossom in the lead, you see the fog thinning ahead of you. And you come out of the fog and up the other side of the valley, out into the late evening. The sun is just beginning to set. You have spent most of the day in this single valley, unfortunately. But you have successfully traversed it.
Thank goodness.
Ah, well, that was concerning.
Well, slow and steady is better than not at all.
Are we any closer to that compass working?
Actually, I was actually about to say that. Blossom, as you sort of crest out of this valley, you do feel the compass jiggling in your pocket.
Good. I'll check that and
As you pop it out and look, it is pointing in, if you are facing north, it is facing in a northeasterly direction.
is that roughly the way we've been going? North.
You guys headed straight north from Wygrove, so this is sort of, if you'd kept going north, you would have gone past this. So it's now pointing you off slightly to that sort of northeasterly direction.
Oh well, we've got a direction.
Hey,
That's something.
finally.
Getting somewhere at last.
Awesome.
Okay. But you guys continue on for a little longer. The snow is getting thicker the further north you're heading, although now you're heading more northeast. But the sun sets, and you guys strike camp and get ready for another night out here in the wilderness. And as night falls, the temperature does start to drop. It is getting much colder. You're very thankful for these thicker furs that you picked up from the stronghold. They are staving off any sort of ill effects for now, but if it gets much colder, you feel like even they will start to struggle to keep you warm.
I think we're going to need to huddle together for warmth soon. Feeling it's
Zandal
going to get
begins
colder.
sort of like just doing base repairs and checks to ensure that both Emily and Haggers like inner mechanisms are working, seeing as he can't actually deal with the heating element just yet.
Okay. Yep, so go ahead. That's pretty standard. It's not something I'm going to make you roll a
Yeah.
check for. You can see that they're doing okay at the moment. But again, you know your creations, and you know that the colder it gets, the harder it's going to get for them as well.
Yeah.
You're not quite at the sort of danger levels yet, but it is getting within sort of probably 2 or 3 degrees of it. If it drops any further, you are going to have to be a bit concerned.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys setting watches, or are you just going for your rest?
Setting watch. Always watching.
Yeah.
Okay.
Always watching.
All right.
I'm always watching.
Who is taking the first watch?
Zandal will.
Okay. So go ahead and roll me a perception check at disadvantage due to the darkness.
Okay. Perception. 13?
13. Actually, it's 12 because it was disadvantage.
12. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So you sort of spend the time, you're occasionally tinkering with a couple of little bits and like sketching down ideas, and you sort of look out, and looking back the way you'd come towards that fog-filled valley, you swear you see like the fog like rising up in tendrils from the top of the bank and just sort of reaching towards you, but then you shake your head and it's back to being just normal fog again. It gives you the creeps, but it's nothing untoward other than that happens during your watch.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's taking the second watch?
I'll do a watch.
Okay. You wake up Vienna from her
Yeah, as I wake her up, I'll explain about what I saw, because I know with this group, nothing is ever what it seems anyway. So, yeah.
Okay.
So, Vienna, you're woken up from your meditation to stories of fog tendrils.
Okay. Mm.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a flat perception check. Okay. You're sort of just looking around, keeping an eye on everything. Nothing untoward happens, but again, because of what Xandal said he saw, your eyes keep getting dragged back to this fog-filled valley. And again, you don't know whether it's your eyes playing tricks on you, but you swear you see forms moving in the fog at the edges, just like sometimes it'll be humanoid, sometimes it'll be like bestial, and one time you can't describe what shape it is. It's just this sort of misshapen thing with multiple limbs and tendrils, and you're just not sure. But again, it could just be your eyes playing tricks on you.
Well, this isn't creepy.
No. I mean, Vienna being naturally paranoid anyway, she's probably going to be put on edge by it.
Okay, and who is taking the final watch?
I'll take the final watch passively at 18.
Okay. Well, you can take the final watch as active because you've.
Yeah, I know, but I might roll less than an 18.
Okay, fair enough.
This is a guaranteed 18.
Well, the thing is with the passive watching, you only look one way, so.
I suppose. Oh, okay, fine. I'll roll for it. I'm probably going to roll shit though. Was it perception?
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, that's not too bad. 22.
Okay.
We'll take that.
So, yeah, Talia, the light is just sort of beginning to dawn now. Looking around and keeping an eye on things, and as you look at this fog-filled valley and you see the fog still has not receded from the day before, you catch a glimpse of a figure shrouded in black with a blank white mask.
Oh,
and then it's gone.
Shit!
You bastards again.
I'm just going to say, oh shit,
Well,
Valdisian!
No, Talia, you
What?
recognize that figure.
Oh, what the
Raven
fuck is she
Queen.
doing here? Okay, I'm
It's
really
gone.
creeping out right now. Val?
Yeah.
Val,
Yeah.
is it normal to see your patron wandering around on the material plane?
I mean, I suppose it depends how much you've drunk.
I mean, I haven't been drinking anything, and I'm pretty sure it's not normal to see the Raven Queen taking a stroll in the mist.
They have jobs to do just like us.
What's that? What's that in the mist? That could have been us.
True, but we're all still here, so
Yeah, all still here, right? Everyone's alive, right? Everybody?
roll
Check
call.
I'm awake. Just sort of rolls out of her sleeping bag.
Oh, you're alive?
What's all the noise?
Blossom, are you alive?
I think so.
Right, so just me that's dead. Okay, cool. We can continue. That is normal.
Wait, what?
And Val, just to make sure, just pokes her shoulder to make sure, like, she's not just a ghost now.
I'm not a ghost.
Yeah,
Wow.
Sandal just kind of like stares at her blankly for a moment as he
I'm
processes
alive,
this
but not
information.
asleep.
We
Yeah.
established that I am undead. We established this, right? Okay, let's
Yes, but it
continue.
takes some getting used to because you're not all moany and groany. Well, you moan a lot, but no groan.
Xando! You've been eavesdropping.
Wait, what? Oh, no.
Okay.
Sandal, you pervert. I didn't know you had it in you.
No.
With this
So-
moment of hilarity, the visions in the fog are forgotten, and you guys quickly pack up camp, have a spot of breakfast, and then mount your horses for the next day of travel. Okay. Let's see what we've got.
It's nothing scary.
Oh, okay.
Val is,
I-
when he gets on his horse to travel, or to walk, or whatever we're doing, he's just going to pull his actual Tritherian necklace that he keeps underneath his light clothes out, and just gives it a bit of a stroke to give himself a little bit more comfort. Because as much as he's like trying to be like, oh yeah, it's nothing, he's proper freaked out.
Okay. As you guys head away from this valley that you are all very keen to get away from, and follow the compass further to the northeast, as the day progresses, the snow has been falling constantly, and you guys are now trekking through not like ankle deep snow yet, but it's sort of like a good layer on the ground. But as you are traveling onwards, you just hear overhead, and the wind begins to blow stronger as the clouds above darken and darken, and the snow
Oh,
begins to fall
please don't be a
faster
dragon.
and harder, and the wind blows the snow from the ground into flurries that flings it into your eyes and stings, and your exposed faces start to become raw with the cold. I need
Xandal puts his goggles on.
Yep.
Ah, shit.
Okay. At this point, it is a full blizzard.
Ah,
Yeah.
So,
right.
and I'm going to have to ask if you guys continue. You can try and continue on if you want and force your way through this, or you can choose to stop and make a camp and try and wait this out.
I would suggest Blizzard, you boys okay? Sorry, my cats are just freaked out for something. Like, can you just stop looking out the window and then you won't get freaked out? Right.
They heard my
Yeah, I
storm
would say
noises.
they heard the storm noise. They literally just hissed at the window. I'm like, what the fuck are they looking at?
Damn
It's
snow.
coming for you.
God damn it, cat.
Brace yourselves.
Yeah,
The Raven
and
Queen's
everyone knows
outside.
that you do not travel in a snowstorm. It's never good. We should hunker down, try and keep warm, and hope that it blows over soon and doesn't delay
I
us too
agree.
long. We'll let get too lost. Would not be wise.
I
Okay.
agree.
Fiona's now looking at Blossom going, she's furry, and just hunks next to her.
Okay. So, are you guys just going to set up camp where you are, or are you going to try and find somewhere a bit more advantageous?
I mean, we could figure around for a
potentially
bit.
use-
Yeah.
Find somewhere potentially a bit more advantageous. If not, we could probably try and create a snow shield using the snow,
Okay.
like an
So-
igloo sort of thing.
Yeah,
So someone go ahead and make me a survival check.
I do
yeah. Who's got the best
Yeah.
survival?
I've got +1.
I got +4.
Oh, actually, yeah, it's got +3, but yeah.
Anyone got
Either
better than
way,
+4?
if we no, I'm +0. I can give a
Yeah.
help action though, 'cause
Yeah.
I'll help do that.
Okay, here we
I
go.
guess we'll help each other. It'll be a
Yeah.
teamwork thing.
Right.
So
Not bad. And
yeah, with
in case
advantage.
we roll any better. Hey, there we
Yeah.
go.
Much better.
So Talia, from your training with the Talon, snow wasn't really a big problem around Duranar, but you were taught
like
how
sand,
to
I guess.
weather storms. So you quickly look around and you find it's not like a cliff. It's like a rise in the ground, but you know if you hunker against that, it will block out some of the wind. and will help a bit. So you quickly guide everyone over there, and you get the horses to lay down in a semicircle around you. You cover them with blankets to keep them warm, and you guys then huddle up against their sides, and you manage to get a small fire going. You all huddle up and just sort of the wind. Like I say, the wind isn't as bad here. I need everyone to make me a con save with advantage because of Talia finding this advantageous position. The only one who doesn't actually have to is Xandal, if you're using that cloak, I believe.
Oh yes, I've got the cloak.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
I don't need
freezing
to.
death.
I rolled a
I need
19.
I need to
Oh,
roll
yeah, I
for
rolled a 19.
assuming for Hagar and Emily as well. Yeah.
Yes, they will.
Everybody
need to make
gets a
con
plus
saves as
3
well.
if they're in range of Val.
So 18. So 21 then.
Vienna, you did have advantage, so you can roll
Yeah,
again.
I know. I actually already rolled. I got a 5 and a 3.
All right, the 5 didn't show up for me, so
Yeah, it's because it's a few steps back.
right. Oh, there
Oh
it is.
yeah, I
Yeah.
see 5. Yeah.
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 So 19 for Talia, which makes 22. No, sorry, 15. So that's 18. Vienna's on 6. Sandals fine. Blossoms on 22. Yep, so they're fine. Val's fine. Ert's only just fine. Hagar is just fine, and Emily is just fine. So the only one who actually, so most of you are all right. You're sort of huddling together and you're managing to keep warm. Vienna, you are just not used to this. There isn't weather in the Underdark. This is just wrong. Why is there stuff falling from the
Wet.
sky?
Cold.
Where is the ceiling?
Unhappy.
Vienna,
More
you
unhappy
take
than
a
usual.
point of exhaustion as the cold seeps into your bones.
Okay, how do I do that?
Should be under conditions on D&D.
Yes. Yes.
Where do I
It'll be on
find
your.
conditions?
Oh god, where's conditions moved to?
Should be next to HD.
Oh, next to
hang on.
defenses, you should have conditions. If you click that, it brings up a tab, and then right at the bottom it'll show you exhaustion. So if you just tick the
There we go.
1, that'll
Got
give
it,
you level
yeah.
1 in exhaustion.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you
So,
very
yeah.
much.
That's
But-
disadvantage on ability checks, isn't it?
Unsaved.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
just ability checks. Saves is the next one.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't start you off on the slippery slope too quick, but it does. It does start. Okay. You guys hunker down and you spend. This storm goes all day and all night. You guys are stuck where you are. You have lost a whole day's worth of travel, but you are, for the most part, warm and safe, and you're hunkered down and you're just keeping out of this, and you snatch bits of food when you can and keep warm. But by dawn the next day, the storm has abated, and you are able to break this very makeshift camp and get ready to continue on your journey. You didn't have to worry about anything the night before because nothing was moving in that. Okay, you guys got 2 bad days in a row there.
Can someone else roll? I don't trust you with that dice.
Excuse me. I mean, if one of you wants to roll to see what happens, yeah, go ahead.
You
Roll
said we
it.
could blame
I'll
someone
do it.
other than the DM.
I'll do
Go
it.
ahead.
What am I rolling? D20, straight
Yeah.
D20.
Straight D20 to see what we get for the day.
If you kill a Sandal,
Oh.
Oh, okay.
oh no,
Oh no!
we're all going to die down here.
Okay.
You're all going to die down here.
We're all
you guys-
It's not that you
Right.
rolled
Doomed,
bad,
I tell
it's
you.
just that the entire table is bad.
Yeah.
So you guys ride onwards, and the snow is falling thicker than before. It's not as thick as the storm was, but the more north you're going, the colder and thicker it's getting. At this point, I do need everyone, except Sandal, to make con saves, as you are now into a cold weather environment that your cold weather clothes do not help fully with. The cold weather
15.
clothes do lower the DC.
Oh my God.
Vienna's doomed.
Vienna will be
Plus
within
3s.
Val, so +3, so she's fine.
Oh,
And
I got
and
15 plus
I hit
3.
the wrong
so...
one.
Oh, I just realised my token's wrong.
So everyone, because of Val, has passed that. so
Even
you
on
can
my
feel
6,
even
or
on the 6, because it would normally be a DC 10, but the full whatever clothing you're wearing lowers it to a DC 8. So you're lucky. You just passed that. But as you sort of move onwards, and the horses are trudging along, and you can see that they're feeling the weather as well, but they're better adapted to it with their thick coats. But as you keep moving, you come out of the forests now, and are now on open, snowy plains. And you can see for miles in every direction there is just snow and boulders and just
What we can see for miles? Has the fog gone?
the fog was only in that valley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you've left the fog behind. But as you travel along and you're looking around, this whole area is just barren and cold. It's so strange. All of you make me or who wants to make me a perception check.
I'm probably going to say Vienna's a bit too cold and tired to make her.
Ah, fuck. 11.
Yeah, the Xander will roll.
Yeah. By the way, the night before you did get rest, but not enough that it would delete exhaustion. So sorry, Vienna,
Yeah,
because you were
I'm
dealing with the storm.
gonna burn my candle for that. My not candle,
Your inspiration.
Christmas inspiration. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so much better.
We're all wasting our inspiration on a reroll.
Okay, so most of you don't see anything except the glaring snow. Val and Blossom, however, you do notice a few things. Though there is this thick snow everywhere, you see that what you first thought may be boulders, in some cases aren't boulders. You see one that looks like a chimney, and another that looks like the top of a roof. And that's when you realize you are standing on hundreds of years of packed snow and ice, and underneath this is buildings.
Are we on dig one?
If you want to go over to one, you can, yes.
I'll dig one out to survive in.
I mean, first of all, point it out to you guys so that you're aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think Val's going to head over to the one with the chimney, because at least then we can look down and see.
Yeah, okay. So you head over to the chimney, and it's just like a little cottage chimney. It's not big, but it is just barely poking out the top of the snow.
Has the snow gone in the chimney and filled the entirety of the inside, or can we see?
It has.
Okay.
Or at least it looks like it has. Whether or not it's fully full, or whether this is just like a layer that's frozen in the inside of it, you're not sure.
This. Can Val use the edge of Mortimer to just poke the snow to see if it moves?
Yeah. As you poke the snow, you poke in, and then you feel Mortimer hit something solid. And as you poke harder, you hear just a crack, and the snow just falls inwards with a flump. And you can now see down the chimney.
Okay.
As it was obviously that there was a layer of ice, and the snow had fallen on top of that. But looking down, it is dark down below, and you can just see where this snow has fallen onto a surface.
Seems odd that there's buildings here. Who would want to live here?
I
They
mean-
perhaps used to live here. Not likely anymore.
Who would used to live here?
Well, if there
I
wasn't
don't
snow
know, a
here.
Yeti? A snowman?
Trying to remember, did you all get the history lesson from
I can't remember either.
from the quartermaster, or did he just talk about Yashvar? I think he only spoke
I think
about
he
Yashvar.
just spoke about Yashvar.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
remember him
Did.
talking about anything
Okay.
else.
Then yeah, you guys wouldn't know what this is, so that's fine.
I mean, they wouldn't have built a house into the snow. This house obviously existed before the snow came. So,
Perhaps. I mean, snow is good insulation, so... if you're going to live in a frozen wasteland, building into the snow
And
would be
just-
sensible, but...
get into the house through the chimney.
The chimney, is, like I say, is a cottage
Mhm.
chimney. It's nowhere near big enough for you to go down.
No, that's my point. Is like,
Oh, I think maybe they could have built into it and then abandoned it, and then the snow overtook it. Potentially. I mean, we don't know. We weren't here when it was built, so we'll never know, I guess.
is there any sign on the compass of which direction we need to go, or?
Looking at the compass, it is still pointing off to the northeast, where you can see to a couple of mountains rising up now in the distance.
Keep on trekking.
Yep,
Indeed.
let's go.
Be more cautious, though.
With those same perception checks, as you are stood around this cottage, Val and Blossom, you see something moving in the distance. At first you think it's just like a person, but then you realize the perspective's all wrong. And it starts coming closer and closer.
Guys, look.
What?
Points.
And
What is it?
you can see this sort of 12, probably about 20 foot tall, blue-skinned humanoid,
Theoden.
like striding towards you, wearing like a horned helmet, armor, one hand carrying an axe. But
Down the chimney?
Blossom,
Should we hide?
Blossom, with your perception check, you can pick out something. For one thing, the arm holding the axe has two hands. Like there's the hand at the end of the
Oh,
arm,
Fuck
and then
me.
at the elbow there's another hand. And then you're sort of looking, and you can see from the other shoulder there's like part of an arm growing out. And you look at the head, and you suddenly realize there's the head, and then on the neck next to it there's a second head. And you, by this time, it's gotten close enough that you can all sort of hear it just go, just the two voices just going,
Everybody hide!
Fiona jumps
yeah,
down the chimney.
it's walking in your direction, but it's mumbling quite obviously to itself and doesn't appear to have noticed you all yet.
Hide,
What do you do?
Jump down the chimney.
Stealth, stealth,
Like I say, the chimney is a foot across. It is not big enough for you to fit
damn it.
down.
How many people fit under my cloak?
Just hide and be quiet.
Under
Is it
your
just
cloak?
me?
One. Yes.
Okay.
Grab it. I can hide. I'm gonna dig myself into the snow and then like kind of pile the snow back over my head and just stay quiet.
Okay. Stealth check
watch
with
target.
disadvantage.
Yeah, I
'Cause
watched
you are-
Charlie do the
Also,
same.
hang on. What are you
What?
digging the snow with?
My hands.
Your hands. Okay. Okay, so this is a really big minus to this now then, because you're
Well, I rolled
to
fits,
dig
so
a-
there you go.
to
That's
dig-
if I roll
to-
any lower.
to dig a hole big enough for you to fit in with your hands is going to take quite some time.
I was gonna kind of like jump up and then go with my feet to try and disappear into the snow and then just dig my way,
Whoop.
shuffle my way down.
The snow is
like
that
the snow
compacted.
fox.
The snow is that compacted that is not going to happen.
Oh, what? This is going to be weird because I'm at disadvantage, but then I have so much stealth stacked on top of me for standing still because of my armor. So this is
It's
going to be
coming closer.
weird.
Val's going
All
full
right, there
Lord
you
of
go.
the
That's
Rings.
my disadvantage. 15 plus 10, I guess, if I'm being still, but
Minusing if you're digging.
whatever minuses you deemed necessary.
Yep.
Val's going for Lord of the Rings. He's going to push Ert kind of towards where the chimney is, and he's going to place himself between the basically the thing and the chimney, and he's going to wrap the words today.
The cloak.
Wrap the cloak around him and basically make it look like it's some kind of giant snow rock.
Okay.
That's fair.
All right.
I'm
So
a lot larger
Yeah,
than
that's
Ert, so it should obfuscate her.
I will allow that. That just about works. It's not perfect, but you've managed it. It could quite easily be seen through, though. But you all watch as Val just sort of wraps himself in the cloak along with this chimney, and the cloak gives this image of a boulder. Vienna, Xandal, Blossom, what are you doing?
Have bright pink hair.
Is there anything
Oh,
on
yeah.
earth
I
can
forgot
I
about that.
do?
Oh, shit.
By this point, it's about 100 feet away, and I'm going to start making perception checks.
Just run!
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I can just run.
Haven't you got the slime sweets still?
I haven't got any. I'm doomed.
Talia throws her a slime sucker. Good luck finding it, though.
It's at this point that the main head is looking off in a different direction, but Vienna, you look up and you see the second head's eyes locked on you,
Oh, shit.
and you
Gonna-
just hear it. You hear it say, "Googa, Googa, Googa," and the main head whips around and just stares at you, and it just goes, "Rah!"
What language is
And
this?
I am giant. So
Okay.
you-
Googa googa,
I
that's what
don't
language
Is
it
it
is.
I don't think
Starting.
anyone here understands
Nope.
that.
No.
No.
Is
So,
it charging me is what I want to know.
It's just bellowed, and I'm changing the map. So
Yeah, okay.
Well, hiding was pointless.
I was going to say that
Oh, well.
it was pointless me trying to hide. I've got no stealth and I've got bright,
Bright pink hair. Yeah, you kind
yeah,
of.
there's
So-
also the fact of there's these two shiny metal robots that were picking up
Yeah.
the sun as well. So Ert and Val would be sort of over here. Talia, you're probably behind this drift. The rest of you.
Hager's best chance of hiding was just kind of ostrich, smash his head into the snow.
Yeah, again,
pretend to be a
this.
rock.
Yeah, the snow.
I think it's
would be
too late
difficult to
now.
break through. So you guys.
How do you
would
need to
have
update Vienna's token?
I'm sorry.
Pink hair.
See, this
But
one
yeah.
I
Kirsten with
remembered.
pink hair.
The rest of you are like that, and I am going to need to ask everyone to please roll me initiative.
Right, click token first.
First combat of the new year.
Then initiative.
Woo!
Oh, well reminded, thank you. Click
Yeah.
first, yeah.
I rolled 12.
Oh no.
Oh, and Queenie's out. I have Queenie now, don't I? I need to roll for her as well. Hang on.
We'll get you the token.
Extra.
I got double digits, guys.
Oh, where's Queenie gone?
Hang on, I'm finding the token.
Sorry. We only
Goodness
summoned her back
sake.
yesterday.
Queenie.
Where are we? Initiative. There we go. There you go. 7 for Queenie.
Hang
That's
on.
happened to someone.
There we go. You have control of Queenie. Right, I need to roll
Next to
for Emily. Okay, that's 15 for Emily. And now
Just
for
weird
this guy. I might change it in a second. I was trying out a new combat one, but
It's like, it's like the Queen's arriving or something.
there we go. Let me get my normal combat music. Here we go.
Oh, is this on Skyrimscape? I forgot
Yes.
about that.
Yeah.
I'll just go without music today then.
Oh, there we go. There we go. I can vibe to that, yeah.
Okay. And where is it? There we go. Nope, not 134, 13. Okay.
That's an initiative in a bit.
So, first up is actually Emily.
Hey!
Emily is going to just gonna move sort of in front of Sandal, and is going to. Yeah, it's just gonna ready an action for us. Basically for projected shield if she needs to do it. That's basically it. Okay. Oh, Ert and Vienna have the same initiative. Who amongst you has the higher dex? Can I ask?
I have +2 in dex.
Has +3.
So Ert does go first. Okay.
But you're not last, Steph. You're not
I
last.
know. I was so happy.
Double digits. That's a win.
Good start. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I need to add Queenie's initiative.
Yeah, it was 7 for Queenie.
Yeah, just
I
adding
was
it.
not expecting to be going first, so I'm trying to work out what I need to do.
What? You've got 5 initiative. How are you first? Oh, sorry. I forget that you control as well.
Here's a question. Pinch of sulfur. Would that be something I could pull out of my spices or whatever bag?
No. What do you need it for?
Flame strike.
So if it doesn't have a monetary value next to it,
It just says pinch of sulfur.
yeah, if it doesn't have a monetary value, then you can just use your holy symbol instead as an arcane focus.
Okay, actually,
Which-
that's I've just realised it's a 5th level spell, so I won't be doing that.
I was thinking, like, that seems a bit OP for their level. I'm sure they don't have this yet.
Oh, she's got it.
Yeah.
I've
you're just
got
saving
one.
it.
Yeah.
There's
So-
also the fact of you and Ert don't currently know whether it actually knows where you are.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think
It knows where Steph is,
Yeah.
It
Where's
spotted me.
and probably Hagar, to be fair.
I've just seen a spell and now I've just lost it again in the list. Ert is going to cast Crusader's Mantle.
Okay.
What it
There's
does.
also the fact of
Yes.
Ert can't see out of the cloak currently.
No,
So she's heard it like roar, but that's it.
that's why she's doing Crusader's Mantle. Basically,
Yep.
30-foot radius. Any non-hostile creature in the aura, including me, deals an extra 1d4 radiant damage when it hits with a weapon attack.
Does she need to see to cast the spell though, or is it literally on self?
It's
No,
around
that's
me.
it's a self.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, there's the aura.
Ooh, that's a nice aura.
30 foot. Yeah, and she is concentrating. That is concentration.
And that's going to be her for the moment.
Okay. Vienna, it's your turn. This thing has seen you and is looking right at you.
Curious, how heavy is he?
What was
How
that?
heavy is he?
I mean, it's a giant creature. I've actually not made it large enough. I should actually increase its size by 1. It's a
I was going to say
gargantuan
it's
creature.
definitely over 500 pounds, isn't it?
Oh yeah, easily
Yeah,
over
quite a
500
long way.
pounds.
Okay,
Yes.
just check. Sure. I am actually going to cast Mage Armor on myself.
Okay. I believe we figured out that Mage Armor only increased your AC to the same as your...
Ah, right. That's why have I now got? I can't get rid of that because it's part
Yeah.
of my thing. Yeah, never mind that.
What does our unicorn tattoo do again? Summon woodland being at level
Yeah.
what?
It's just at the base level.
But it's summon woodland being, isn't it?
Summon Beast, effectively.
Addy, can I be a
That's the level.
pain?
Oh no, that's not it.
Is my horse... Have you got a token for my horse?
I can get you a
Conjure.
token for your horse, yes.
Okay. Because
Give
I
me a
can use that in combat, so...
Yeah, I get the
No,
feeling
it's-
the rest of you would probably... It's conjure animals. That's what it is.
Conjure. I was going to say it's not woodland being. That's Fey stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, I get the feeling the rest of you would have probably... rest of your horses have probably run off. They probably saw this and went, nope. And they've retreated a safe distance.
Okay, well, I can see that this guy's coming for me, right? I can tell he's definitely on the aggressive, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay, let's go nice, basic Eldritch Blast.
there you go. Horse.
How many animals can I summon?
So you can have 1 beast of challenge rating 2 or lower, 2 beasts of challenge rating 1 or lower, 4
Oh,
beasts
is
of
that?
challenge rating half or lower, or 8 beasts of challenge rating quarter or lower.
Right, okay.
Hang on, I've just got to finish giving control of this horse to Valdizian. There we go.
Owls and
Right,
jackals.
Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, just basic Eldritch Blast.
That does indeed hit. You watch as the blast flies off and just smacks into this creature, and it just sort of it doesn't seem to notice too much. It like hits it, and it just like it recognizes the hit, but it is still just like focused on you.
For me.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Okay.
all I can do for now.
It's its turn. 30, 40. It can't quite get up to you fully. Not that I think it actually has to. Yeah, it's got a reach of 10
Probably
feet.
got. I was gonna say it's probably got a decent reach.
So it is going to make. So you watch as it gets up to you, and you watch as it leans down and bellows at you, and it
No,
is
it's
going
breath, and it's
to
like, ugh.
rage
Ugh.
as a
Oh,
bonus
Could you
action.
shit.
It's going to use Vaprax's rage. And it's going to make 2 great axe attacks against you. One is a nat 20.
I
The
die.
other
Just
other
die.
is a 25 to hit.
Well, they both obviously hit.
Um,
Those aren't even in the
so
list.
I am
where's
going to
my-
hellish rebuke it though.
okay. I'm just finding the right dice for this. So for the crit, you take. You take 51 slashing damage from the crit,
Fucking hell.
as it just like the axe just slams into your side, and you just feel ribs break, even through the armor. And then for the normal hit, that is going to be 39 slashing damage.
Well, do I get my hellish rebuke in?
Yes, your hellish rebuke will go off.
Okay, but I am. At what point do I auto die?
If you take
Double
double
your
your
max
HP in 1 round
Right.
to your
okay.
max.
Well, I am on the floor anyway, so.
Okay, so you all watch as this creature comes up and just slams its axe into Vienna twice, and she just falls to the ground, blood leaking out of
Really,
her
he
mouth.
does not like pink hair.
30 fire damage.
Nice.
Okay. All right. You watch as it takes this damage, and it just sort of goes, and it really does not seem to like that.
Fire is the answer.
Fire does something. Okay, Talia, it's your turn.
According to this chart, a giant owl is a quarter rating.
Mm-hmm.
Can I summon 8 giant owls,
You
please?
want-
with my tattoo.
Oh God, hang on. Oh my God, I need to find. Oh, you're making me find tokens on the fly. I'm not sure I like you anymore.
Nearly killing me.
Where's
We
giant
need to get
owl?
the fuck out of here. And
Hang on,
Oh.
I'm just getting a giant owl token.
you need 8 of them, buddy.
Yeah, I can just copy and paste it. I can find the stats as well, for goodness sake.
How many
So-
problems can be solved by a swarm of random animals?
I did the cows.
They
So,
have 5. They have 60-foot fly speed as well, which is good.
yeah. Oh, yeah, Talia, you sort of go. Oh, we need help, and one of the top of the 3-segment unicorn horn vanishes, and you watch as just out of the snow, just like forming from it, just bursts out these giant owls. Hang on. Just got to make sure they got their HP correct. And I've got to check that
This map got very complex very quick.
It did. This was not
Escalated
meant to
quickly.
be this hard. I need to get 8 of these things out quickly. Okay.
I approve of the reference.
7 and 8. There we go. 8
I'm
giant
gonna get
owls.
them to attack that fucking thing, and I'm gonna scream, "Fucking run! Someone grab Fiona! Get out of here!"
Each beast is also considered fey. Summon creatures are friendly. Roll to you and your companion. Roll initiative for the summoned creatures as a group. So need to roll their initiative and add it to the initiative tracker. Dear God, why did I give you guys this spell?
I didn't realise that. I'm just looking through the list and I'm thinking, you're shitting me. That's only a quarter?
Yeah, apparently.
I just looked at the list, I'm like, okay, we're doing this.
Well, they've got a 22, so they don't get to act just yet, but they will do eventually.
So
Okay,
this is-
so-
we're basically going to scream everyone that we should run as soon as the owls attack.
So I'm assuming you can conjure these, yeah, within 60 feet. So I'm guessing you're just going to have conjured them around.
yes, I want to
this
sponge
thing.
them around it to cause a massive distraction. Because
Yeah.
he's hitting like a truck.
He is a giant.
I know. We're running. This is not a fight.
As these giant owls appear, the thing is just like
Shitting himself, like, what the f***
Yep,
did these come from?
okay. So that's your action. Any movement or bonus?
Yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Okay. So you which way?
Oh shit, I don't know what direction were we heading before.
You were heading up. So where this guy came from. So north on the map.
So I'm gonna skirt around him and be like, fucking follow me.
Okay.
So I guess, hang on, I can get to about there. Oh, god damn it. I learnt how to do this thing and then I've forgotten how to do it again. Follow me,
Okay.
Queenie. Okay, that'll do.
Okay. Xandal, it's your turn.
That was my main action, wasn't it?
Yes. You still have
Can
a
I-
bonus if you want to take it.
Hang on, let me just double check range. Ruler.
30 feet.
He's
for
within range. Can I do
Bolts
Bolts of the Grave on him while I'm
Yep,
doing
go ahead.
it? Attack. Bolts from the Grave. Go. I say I press the button.
That does indeed
Nice.
hit. He takes that extra damage.
Do I get sneak attack because of the owl?
No. No, you do not, because that has to be an actual weapon attack.
I'm kidding. I fucked you over enough.
Yeah, you see the bolts like slam into him, and again, he doesn't seem to notice it overly. But he's more concerned with these now flappy things in his face.
Gives you
Okay.
gifts, gives you items. Complains when you don't use them, and when you use them, you fucking what?
I'm liking this. I am liking this. This was a clever idea. Okay,
Yeah.
Queenie, is Queenie going to do anything, or is Queenie just following you?
Queenie's just following me.
Okay.
Sorry, what about me?
Oh, sorry, Xandal. I forgot.
That's alright. Out of curiosity,
hmm
what type of armor is this guy wearing?
Patchwork levers.
Patchwork levers. Has he got any metal on him at all?
No. No, he does not. I'm afraid he is a frost giant. Metal is hard to come by. His axe head is made out of like flint. He's wearing bones and patch and leather armor. There is no metal. I know you were thinking of heat metal.
No
Yeah.
leather studs. Sorry, metal studs in the leather.
No.
Hold on. Just thinking.
By the way, you can all blame Aaron for this. He rolled. This is the
Yeah,
result of the
Aaron.
13.
Oh my god.
You're welcome. Hold on. I'm thinking.
But then again, he says blame Aaron, but his table probably
It's
looks
his
like
table,
he's
yeah.
got a dragon on it. It's got a
No. In all honesty,
intellect devourer, a beholder.
bear in mind, this is the first combat you've come up against since the Howling Echoes.
Can take combat, but not this guy.
You
can
had a
take him.
chance to sneak around him, but you guys.
And you went, oh, shit. Fuck, I've got pink hair. Fuck.
I couldn't sneak anywhere.
You guys had plenty of chance to tell me you were doing something other than just standing there staring.
Like deer caught in the headlights. We were like, shit, what do I do? I don't know.
There's also the fact of Emily can actually talk giant if you really wanted her to. You could have asked her to try and reason with it.
Did we, Paddy? You literally said nobody understands giant. Why would I think, hey, gee, Emily knows that?
Well, none of you know giant, but anyway,
He just went
Xandal.
all out aggressive to start off with, so if he was at least gonna be friendly, I would have tried.
What's his axe made out of?
wooden flint. It's like a big tree trunk that's been like carved down to be a haft, and he's like tied like a sharpened piece of flint onto it.
Okay. I'm going to order Haga to grab Vienna
Okay.
and Raz. I get off of him because obviously I've got to account for weight. I know Vienna probably doesn't weigh much, but Haga can't. I can imagine Haga can't really lift me and her.
Not if you wanted to have him make a strength check to see if he could, then yes, but he would probably
No.
go down to half movement.
Yeah, no, I'm getting off. And yeah, grab Vienna and fucking run.
Okay.
I'm casting invisibility on myself.
Okay, so you cast invisibility on yourself.
Yeah.
So you just
And
vanish.
yeah. Essentially 5, 10, 15.
So concentrating on
20.
spell. Is there a
Boop.
decent token for invisibility? That one will do. There we go. So you are invisible. Okay. So Hager's not in initiative, but he's moved over and picked up Vienna.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Blossom, it's your turn.
I mean, for what it's worth, I can.
Would he?
I'm
Sorry.
cool.
Would he be able to pick her up and actually start moving away from?
Yeah, so he moved 10
Giant.
feet to get to there, so 5, 10,
Yeah.
15, 20, 25.
Oh, what's Blossom's
30,
dex as well? Because we rolled the same number.
4,
Okay.
I think.
The only thing is, as Hager moves away, he is within 10 feet. It is
Oh,
going
yeah.
to take its reaction and take a swipe at him. Because
Yeah.
he was within 10 feet of it when he picked Vienna up. So he is going to make a great X attack.
Haggis
That is a 16 to hit.
Haga is 15. Yeah.
So Hager takes 29 slashing damage.
Okay.
not
Yeah.
too bad.
Hold on. He should have been on 35 to start with, so 29 will leave him on 6.
Just as Hager reaches down to pick Vienna up with 2 arms, there's just a wrenching sound, and Hager scoops her up in 1 arm, leaving the other arm behind as it has just been cleaved off at the shoulder.
That's not good.
But Hager is just going. He's slung Vienna over his shoulder and is single knuckling, going as fast as he can.
Yeah.
Okay, Blossom, it's your turn.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I'll slap its ankles. As I
Okay.
go past. I might as well use a ride as well. But no less
Yep.
ride extra. And... 5, So 19, 13 for my attacks.
The 19 hits, the 13 does not.
That's fine. So 9 slashing and 1 lightning.
Oh, hang on. Emily was holding projected shield. Haggard does not take that damage, because she would have gained 2 AC from Emily projecting shield on him. She would have triggered that when
Yeah.
when
Haggard
he
has
was
his
attacked,
arm
he was
back.
within 5 feet.
Yeah.
His arm-
Sorry, I just remembered she was holding projected shield for when something within 5 feet of her got attacked. Vienna wasn't within 5 feet, but Haggard, when he went to pick her up, was. So yeah, she would have projected shield onto him. So he would have had AC 17. So yeah, okay. And so 10 damage total to him. Okay. You sort of hack at the ankle, and you see the whip blade like bite in, and the lightning go off, but it doesn't see. Again, it's like you've made a paper cut. Is what it looks like on this giant's ankle. It doesn't seem to have really done much.
At least bleed.
Oh yeah, there's blood coming out, so you do get a point into
Yep.
your the crystal.
And then I'll follow.
Yep.
So
Okay. Valdizian, it's your turn.
Can I just ask, mine and my horse's actual turn, are they basically kind of interchangeable? Are they kind of all on the same turn order?
So if you are on the horse, then your movement is the horse's movement.
Yeah.
And the horse, generally with a mount or a familiar, it acts immediately after your turn. So
Okay.
it acts on the same initiative count, but after you, and you have to use your bonus action to command it to do something.
Right, that's fine. And is it movement to get up on the horse, or is it an action to get up on the horse?
I would allow it to be your movement to get up on the horse, but it will deduct from the horse's movement for that.
That's
turn.
fine, because it's only 1 square over from me. So, tell me if I can do this. Slightly crazy. Val's going to use his movement to get on his horse. He's going to use the horse to basically circle ever so slightly round in that kind of motion, so it can get up to 20 foot. Come into the square here. Val is then going to hit it with his mace, and then the horse is going to take a trampling charge and hooves attack against it.
Okay.
Is that okay to do that?
Yes, I'm just going to check. It's a war horse, isn't it? For our attacks.
Not fighting.
Just going to check whether you can take both. I don't.
It says if the horse moves at least 20 foot, which is why I'm circling round, straight towards a creature, and then hits it with a hooves attack, on the same turn, the target must succeed a DC 14 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Yeah.
I can't see a little horse knocking that thing prone.
Yeah,
but...
the thing that I think is missing off of that, which is actually in the official rules, is a medium or smaller creature. So you can do the trampling charge, but it'll take the damage, but it's not going to knock it prone.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
It is
I mean, the warhorse is a large beast.
Yeah, this is a gargantuan creature. It is multiple sizes bigger.
In that case, can I ignore that? Can I use my action in combination with my movement to get on the horse with Urt?
Yes.
And then
I will allow that.
Basically try and circle around to match up with the rest of the guys.
Yep.
It's got 60 foot movement. I'd probably get to about 45 foot, which is probably just behind Talia.
Yeah.
I'd imagine.
Yep.
And that's what I will do. So I will be like there.
With it, yeah.
With that. And as a... Do I get a bonus action?
Yep, you do get a bonus action if you want one, because you haven't ordered the horse to attack.
I'm going to probably Shield of Faith. Is Talia technically the closest?
1 second, guys.
Tense. I think I think Catherine's talking to him or something.
It's fine.
You try and just get the phone call. One sec, guys. Just a second.
Hey, gumdrop.
What up? Suppose,
Sorry, I should have typed that in chat.
We can technically talk to chat while the DM's busy.
Yeah. We're all gonna die.
So
I summoned
what
8
we all
owls.
doing?
I summoned 8 fucking owls.
And I just vanished. It's like, nope.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Hey.
Right. So you've moved to there, and your bonus
actually,
actioning Shield
I'm
of
gonna-
Faith
Saying
on
something about
Talia.
Shield of Faith and me being the closest person to you.
I've changed it. I'm going to Shield of Faith Ert because she's a healer. So if any of us need healing,
Well, we've
Okay.
got someone unconscious, don't we?
yeah. So we need to get away first.
Okay, so Shield of
Right.
Faith on Ert, and you are now concentrating on Shield of Faith.
Come on, my beautiful owls, fuck him up.
Okay. It is now. Yep, it's now the owl's turn.
Distract him. Distract him!
Each of them gets a Talon attack. So there's 8 of them. Do I have 8 d20s? Yes, I do.
D20 goblin.
5, 6, 7,
I have more than that.
8. It's all 8 of my Vax Machina d20s.
Wait, you have all of them?
Yeah, I bought the set.
Oh,
So,
I only bought the Vaxodons.
There's
I want to
nat
use my new
20.
Zandal dice.
Those 2 definitely fail. That one definitely fails, and that one definitely fails. So you see sort of 5 of them just sort of ineffectually just sort of flying and clawing at it, and it's just fending them off with its arms.
Like,
One-
oh, get off me, fuck!
One manages to get in and like rakes a claw across one of the eyes of like the vestigial head growing on the neck, and seems to do a decent amount of damage. So that is 4, so that's 8, 9 damage. But at the same time, it doesn't do as much damage as you guys thought it would.
I am
Because
not
it's
surprised.
because it's raging. It is resistant
Yeah,
to
Beer
certain
slashing and
Yep.
something or other.
but it also takes. Ooh, that was a good roll. 17, 19. I'll have that down to 10. So it takes another 10 from that. Okay, so the owls are managing to sort of like get a couple of hits in, but they're not doing.
Their
as
job's more to
much
keep
as you
him
hope.
busy.
Yeah.
Not to kill him, just to keep him
Okay.
distracted.
Emily's turn. Emily is just going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
You say the words disengage first.
Yeah.
I'm not spending all that time building for nothing.
Well, it's used its reaction, so she knew she
That's
could
true.
run. So
Yeah.
yeah, she's just going. She's just gone. She's like seen that like you guys are running, and is like, okay, tactical retreat. Just like going. Okay. Ert's turn.
It's
on the
going to
back
look
of
towards. Huh?
On the back. I'm just saying she's on the back of Artax. So.
Okay, yeah. She's going to look towards Vienna and cast level 4 healing word.
Okay.
60-foot range, and she's within range of that.
Yep.
So she gets the standard,
Low
plus
level
she's got a
down.
depth healer, so she's also got another d4.
She has. Oh no, Black Blood healing's self-healing.
So that's
it's
15
not
points of
that.
healing for Vienna.
Okay. So Vienna, you heal 15 points. You
Awesome.
come back. You feel some of your ribs sort of knit back together. It's just like the pain of it, but it
And
brings
she's just
you
like
back to consciousness.
getting dragged by Hagar.
Yeah.
Like, what happened?
We're running. That's what's happening.
Good plan. Keep going.
And that's that.
Okay. All right, Vienna, it's your turn.
I'm on the back of Hagar trying to
No, you're in the hands of Hagar.
like, yeah. Right.
Yeah, you're in the hands of Hagar, looking up at this thing that just like smacked you with a giant axe, currently being harried by 8 giant owls.
Right. No, I'm not going to use that one. I was tempted to try and enthrall it, but I'm not even going to attempt to because it'll fail. I'm annoyed with it. I'm just going to Eldritch Blast.
Okay, go ahead.
I feel like that's Fiona's thing now, isn't it? I'm pissed off. Eldritch Blast! You
Eldritch
bastard.
Blast!
The first one just misses and skims the tail feathers of one of the owls instead.
Sorry.
It just goes, "Whoo!"
I'm pissed off. Don't piss off my owls.
But the 23 does hit, and it like just smacks into like the shoulder, and it just sort of rocks with it, and just sort of. Anything else, or?
Growl back at it.
Okay. It's now the giant's turn. In all honesty, it's going to swipe at 2 of these owls, because they're currently annoying it. And to put it simply, if it hits them, they pretty much did.
Yeah, they haven't got much health, sadly.
The only way it can miss them is if it rolls a nat 1.
Oh, damn.
It did not roll a nat 1. It has a plus 11 to all its attacks, so. Yeah, Yep, that's 1 dead owl. 2 dead owls. You watch as it just swings around and just like slaps
That's still 6
one, and
owls.
it just disappears in a poof, and does it to the other one, and it just vanishes.
At this point, Vienna goes, "Wait, where did the owls come from?"
Imagine from Vienna's perspective, she started seeing little birds as she was being knocked out, and just kind of evolved into the owls.
And it is going to. Yeah, it doesn't really care about opportunity attacks. It's going to stomp to here.
Leave me alone!
Oh no.
It's locked.
Well,
it's annoyed
my
by
turn.
the owls, but it's now realised the owls are pretty easily dispatched, and when it hits them, they vanish. So, like, what's the better prey? Something that goes down and stays there, or something that vanishes? So 3 of the owls get opportunity attacks there.
Good.
None of those hit. Yeah, none of those hit. The owls just sort of ineffectually are just scraping at the armor. Okay. Talia, it's your turn.
Okay, bonus action, disengage. I'm running 30 this way. 5, 10. Oh, fuck me. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Is that out there? I can't. How do you do that thing that you taught me, Aaron?
Q.
Is it Q?
Yep.
Wait, it's not
You
doing.
hit Q. You hit Q
Yeah,
over
what-
everything that you. Any turning point.
Oh, fuck. I can't. How do I make it so my token moves at the same time?
It
Oh, is it the
wouldn't
right
move.
click?
It wouldn't move at the same time. It would move at the end of the movement point. So as soon as you let
I
go.
can't fucking do it. I'm just really struggling to remember where I'm going. I don't want to move more than I'm entitled to.
Hang on.
Someone,
Hang on.
I can't. I want to move 30 feet over here somewhere.
30
Please
feet
get
would
me
be
out
there.
there. Yeah, mark that for me.
I'm holding
hang
it,
on.
so.
I know. I'm trying to get the token to move, and it's moving the fucking whole thing down for some reason. It's not letting me move. Get over. It keeps scrolling.
Are you on the
bloody
arrow?
website down. I'm not on the arrow. I'm on the arrow, and then when I go to move it, it scrolls my webpage down. What the fuck is
There
going
we go.
on?
I've moved you.
Thank you. Jesus.
You
Oh,
may have
no.
been
I
on
just wanted to
pan.
get away. I wasn't doing
Were
it.
you on pan view instead of select move?
Oh, it knocked down onto it. Okay, cool. I was just like, what the fuck? Let me out.
Okay. So you bonus action
I was gonna-
disengage.
Yes, I was going to dash, but
30 feet
I've now
movement.
got to disengage because I don't want to get hit, and Queenie will
But
follow me.
you're a rogue. You can bonus action disengage.
Which you did.
So you still got your
I
action.
thought I used my bonus action to dash. Oh, and I'll use my action to dash, don't I?
Yeah, so you've got another 30
Okay,
feet.
I'll move
to
another. I'll move another 30 feet then.
Yeah, go ahead. Where are you wanting to go, roughly? I'll measure it for you.
Oh my god! It won't come off of pan view. I can't move my token. It won't let me select move. It only gives me pan
Hover
view.
the arrow.
What?
And then click on select move.
There we go. You're up there.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's greyed out. It won't let me. I'm selecting select move, and it's not.
Sit
It's
all
alright,
down and
I've
open it
moved
up
you.
again.
Just
I've
move my
moved
token.
you.
Sorry,
I've
I
moved you.
don't know what the fuck is going on with roll. I'm gonna refresh roll 20 now that I've moved.
I was
Okay,
gonna
I'm
say,
there.
have you tried turning it
There's
up and
something
on
wrong here.
Just putting out all the references today.
Sandal,
again?
Right, okay.
now it's now your turn, Sandal. You are currently invisible.
There
Yeah.
we go. Queenie's following
And
me.
what I'm about to do
Oh, wait, no, I
technically
have to
is
do
not
that.
an attack or a spell.
Alright.
I draw 2.
What?
I draw 2.
Oh my god, are you insane?
Oh.
Oh my god.
You draw 2 out of your deck, okay?
Yeah, 2 of
so go
diamonds,
ahead.
10 of diamonds.
Okay, which is I need to find the deck of illusions.
Oh, solutions.
Yeah.
Shit myself for a second.
Oh no, I definitely wouldn't be using that in combat if it was the other one.
What was it? The Jack of Diamonds.
10 of diamonds and 2 of diamonds.
So the 10 of Diamonds is a fire giant, and the 2 of Diamonds
Fire
Play
giant,
your
that's
own
close.
battle. There we
is
go.
a kobold. So kobold. So where are you throwing
the giant
them?
looks at the kobold and is just like, huh? And
Where
then
are
sees
you
a fire
throwing them?
giant.
Pretty much as the I'm gonna put the fire giant there so that
Okay.
we're not instantly sort of like ruining our illusion.
Okay, let me just find a fire giant.
This is
Throwing
what you
everything
get
at
for
this
giving us a giant. We shall fill your map.
Goodness sake. So the fire giant is going to go there-ish. Yeah,
Yep.
and the kobold's there.
I love how the fire giants just look like Ganondorf.
And 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
I can't
He's
wait.
scuttering
for
away.
Yeah, so you have burnt those cards now, so make a note that you have used up those cards.
Yeah, I've already removed them.
Real of the appropriate size behaves as if it were a real creature. Yep, okay. Alright. So, yeah, and as long as you're within 120 feet, you can make it move, so...
Okay. I'm going to make it. It can make sound, right?
So any physical action with the illusory creature reveals it to be an illusion, because objects pass through it, but otherwise, yeah, it acts and does everything like the creature would do, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna have it roar in this thing's face.
So the fire giant, yeah?
Yeah.
You watch as the fire giant just, like, draws this massive sword from a scabbard, and it's wearing this pitch black armor, and it just goes... Kuraka! And the frost giant's head just whips round and goes... Rakusha!
They're all like, fuck you! No, fuck you!
And then I'm gonna have the little kobold do the same.
For those of you who understand Draconic, you just hear the kobold go...
Fight me, bitch!
Okay, at the end of your turn, Zendel.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay,
Also
I'm-
ordering Haggard to move.
Yeah, I'm guessing
that's
Haggard's
fine.
just
This
gonna
is
do it.
ridiculous.
Do it
Yeah.
40 feet. So,
Yeah,
fine.
disengaging as well because he's still within 10 feet of this thing.
25. Yeah, so Haggard gets up to there after disengaging.
Yeah.
Okay, Queenie.
It's following me. So
Yeah.
just go up there. Can
Okay.
she disengage?
It really isn't paying attention to
Yeah,
Queenie.
it's a little raven. She
Yeah.
can't get all the way up to me though, can she? Because she can't dash.
Can, yeah.
Oh,
Can
okay,
take an
she's up
action,
there with me.
can dash.
She's up there with me then. Oh, I didn't realise
Yeah.
I could put her on my token. That's useful.
Okay, Blossom, your turn.
Alright. I am out of this thing's range, aren't I?
It's a 10-foot range. 10-foot reach. So from the edge of the token, you are just. If we go from the edge of the token, you are just out.
Sure. I will skirt around the edge of it and follow.
You on agility?
No, I'll stop there.
Okay.
Okay. Just in case anyone falls, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Val, it's your turn.
I know what I should do, and I know what I want to do, and they're completely different
fuck,
things.
Don't fuck this up. We're almost away from this fucker.
So I
Hopefully.
could disengage. Would I be able to disengage on a horse?
Yeah, you can take an action to disengage. Disengaging is just moving away carefully enough that you like you're waiting for a blow so you can dodge it. But it just means that you've used up your action to do that. It's basically the same thing as like if you were facing another, like if you were a sword and shield fighter facing another sword and shield fighter. It's the
Yeah.
same thing as like backing away with your shield up is a disengage. Just turning around and running is a movement.
Val's gonna cast command
Oh,
Okay. All right.
and tell it to grovel.
Okay.
It's a wisdom saving throw.
Is that a charm effect? Can I just check?
Oh, for fuck's
see,
sake.
fuck.
I should probably look it up myself because I have the app on my phone.
Doesn't say anything about charm.
Hang on, command. It says
Actually, no, ignore
champion-
that. It wouldn't work because it wouldn't understand my language. I'm going to disengage.
Yeah. No.
Disengage and then 60 foot. Whoop.
Yep.
So.
And the horse as well. Okay. Yep. Right. The owl's turns. The owls are
Come
going
on, owls.
to
Keep him distracted.
swoop in.
One of them gets confused and swipes at the fucking kobold or something.
Admittedly, you haven't given these things any more orders other than attack the big thing.
Yeah.
Probably. Right.
No,
so
I haven't. I've just told them to keep it distracted, so.
60, 20.
M's still
That
in
nat
range, isn't she?
20 hits.
That nat 20 definitely hits.
Yeah. So 3 hits again. So the nat 20 is a 15, half down to 8. Okay, takes a bit of damage from that, and then the other 2. 12, 14, half down to 7. Okay, the owls are just sort of screeching and scratching and just getting in hits wherever they can. But they don't seem to be doing massive amounts other than, you know, annoying it. Okay, M's turn. M is going to disengage. And is just going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Run away! Okay. Ert's turn.
Right.
Running. We're almost away.
Yeah, but I feel like Ert just wants to pop an attack whilst we're running.
Yeah, but then it's going to draw its attention back to us.
Yeah.
Big distraction. Or do something distracty. Like, I don't know. Flick his hair around or something. I don't know.
Knock his beard over his eyes.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at what she can do.
Does she have the light spell? Cast it on the source of his helmet or something so he blinds him or something.
It's a touch light. Is.
Oh, is it? Oh, that's a shame.
I think she's going to hold an attack in case this thing starts chasing us. And it's
Okay.
going to be level 1 guiding bolt.
Okay, yep. So bear in mind, if you haven't used that by your next turn,
It
you
gets
do
burned.
lose the
Yeah.
spell slot.
It's fine.
Okay, so you
I'll counter it as spell.
you
burn
hear
anyway.
her mutter and hold her holy symbol, and just you see it glowing and her hand glowing, but she's holding it. Okay,
Yeah, that's fine.
Vienna.
I'm wondering how much I could really pee you off because I still have 2 charges of my tattoo.
Someone's 8 more owls!
I mean,
Owls.
Something
It's up
entirely
to you.
different.
Let's not waste them, we might need them.
No, I'm probably going to do something similar to actually hold the Eldritch Blast just in case he suddenly turns to follow us, but I will just hold it.
Okay. Alright, it's now his turn. He is going to take a swipe at the fire giant illusion.
It's not real.
Yep, just swings through it and then realizes, oh, hang on, that didn't hit anything. So now realizes that the fire giant is an illusion. So immediately now is ignoring that and is going to swing at one of the owls. Hits. Yeah, pops another owl quite easily.
There's still the
Move.
kobold on the bottom there going, fight me!
Yeah, it's not even paying attention to the kobold.
Probably gonna get stamped on and then
Just squished.
it'll dissipate.
Yeah, it's. Hang on, let me. You guys have run off. The nearest one is Blossom. The fire giant. That's going to be its turn. The fire giant distracted it enough that it's not wanting to move at the moment. Its focus. It switched its focus fully to the fire giant. Next turn it may look around for something else. Oh, hang on. None of you. Oh, but as Xandal and Blossom, seeing as you're at the back, as you're looking at it, you watch as some of the wounds that the owls have made, you watch as they bubble and just close and heal.
Well,
And
that's good.
that's the end of its turn. Talia.
Bye.
Yep, Talia's
I'm
gone.
off the map. I've
Okay.
dashed.
I'm guessing you all are just going to spend your turn dashing, yeah?
Yeah,
Getting
pretty
out
much.
of here.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
We ain't
Uh,
fighting that big boy.
I'm not, Hagar is.
Yeah. I'll say we end combat there for the moment, but we'll see what happens in a moment. So
Keep hiding.
you guys run off. You can still hear behind you the sounds of fighting happening as like this thing is dealing with the last of the owls. What do you guys do?
Keep
Keep
running.
running.
Just
running.
keep running.
Break eye contact. No, not eye contact. Line of sight. I mean, keep an eye on the compass, Blossom, and we'll keep going in the direction we want. Let's weave, cover our footprints. Let's make sure he can't catch us up and find us.
We're all on foot, bear in mind we've lost our horses, so...
Yep.
Yep.
Except
Your
for me.
horses ran back off to the forest.
Oh yeah. We're never gonna find them. Let's just keep going. Yeah. So I'll find like a twig or branch or something and start sweeping up our footprints as we go.
Okay.
Keeping my eye out for it. If I see it coming, then
Good news
warn
is
everyone.
running warms you up. So
yes.
I mean, Vienna, you're feeling pretty hurt.
I was gonna
yeah,
say,
in
you're
fact
hurt
I'm being
and
carried.
exhausted.
So
Yeah. And I was going to be making you guys make it. Already made you make the check for the day, didn't I, for the cold weather?
Yep.
So
yeah.
right. Okay. So by this point, you guys are sort of running and you're weaving in amongst boulders. This is a flat plain. You can still see this giant in the distance.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Um,
saying. Weave to and then cover up footprints and just keep low.
And you watch it sort of like sweeping at the air above it, and you see it stop, and you get the feeling the owls are all gone. You guys are probably by this point. I mean, how many owls were left? It has 2 attacks a turn, so you would have had 3 rounds. So at
we
a
hopefully
average of
shouldn't be within
60
visual line of him.
At an average of 60 feet around, if you are keeping together. Well, actually, no. The slowest of you is Xandal.
Yeah.
So
So,
it would be 50 feet around. So you're only 150 feet away by this point.
Yeah.
Well, them
Just
little
keep going.
bucked it. I don't think they'd have waited for someone they can't see because they don't know where he is anyway.
Yeah. So Xandal, you are trailing a bit behind everyone.
But at least he's invisible.
Yeah.
yes, he's invisible, so he's fine. We can
Invisibility
just- yeah.
lasts for an hour. So yeah.
Yeah.
So
we can't see him. Yeah, so we wouldn't be
Yeah.
able
So
to.
you guys are 180 feet away. So
Yeah.
you're still just in visual range if it rolls high enough on a perception
Yeah.
check.
That's why I was saying we keep going.
Yep, we just keep going.
We're just gonna
Uh,
keep running.
You hear Gugana! And boom, boom, boom.
Coconut.
And
Oh shit!
you
Keep
can,
running!
you can see it is following you. It can still see you.
God damn it.
We need to
How
break its
do we
line
get
of
away?
sight.
But it's a
somehow.
complete plane. Like,
Just before we start debating stuff, me and held our actions, didn't we?
Yes.
Now, I don't know if Ert's in range, but don't forget that I have quite a distance on my Eldritch Blast.
Yep. It's been 3 rounds since then. so-
Okay, so it would have
yeah, they would have been
okay.
for one round.
That's
so
alright then.
fine.
I was just like, shit, am I just gonna like suddenly Eldritch Blast this guy?
Okay, but you guys are still running. It is slowly gaining on you.
Is it? It's surely
Um,
slower
Get
than
rid of
us.
It has a speed of 40 feet.
Oh, fuck
And if it's
me.
using its action to dash, that's 80 feet around compared to your 60.
It technically can't keep up with Hagar and Vienna, then, can it? Because
Yeah,
Hagar's 40 feet.
yeah, its speed is 40 feet.
if
we-
it's
yeah,
doing 40
it's
feet
keeping
and we're
pace.
But
doing
the
50
thing is,
feet,
if you guys are staying as a group and
That's
moving at
true.
the
Yeah.
speed of the slowest, then
Who's
I'm
slowest? Because
Xandal's
Right.
invisible.
Lowest
We don't know
and
where
your
he is,
slowest,
so
he's invisible. You've got no clue where he is.
Yeah, so-
except
yes, so
for-
we wouldn't have been
except for
waiting
the odd
for him at all.
footprint
We
that
would
you
have just
can
been
see.
running.
Xandal's
Wait.
invisible, Hagar can keep up, I can keep up, Artax, I assume, can keep up.
Yeah.
well,
The rogue
my
can
other
dash
question
twice.
is,
It's Emily and Talia who are the problems here.
so
Oh,
you said
Emily,
it's
yeah.
moving at 40 feet, our slowest person's 50 feet, so we're always gaining 10 foot per round against
No,
it, so
the
it's not
slowest
catching
of
us.
you is 30.
Lowest isn't.
Oh.
It's 30. Yeah.
Talia
Okay.
and Emily can only move 30 feet. For,
Wait, I thought I was dashing. I'm going to 60.
yeah, 60 if you're dashing. But if it's
Yeah, I'm
dashing, it's
dashing. I'm
doing
not
80.
having a casual stroll. I'm running like fuck.
But yeah, if it's dashing, it's doing 80 feet around. So
Oh, fuck me.
Rose can
We
dash
need to get away
twice,
from it.
can't
We
they?
can't beat that thing.
Yeah, rogues can double dash. But
oh yeah,
Yes.
so
still, it's.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
double dashing then. I'm
Emily
going as
is
fast
still-
as I can.
Yeah,
And then it's
so
just
Emily's screwed.
Yeah.
Emily is going to attempt to hide actually. Nat 20. You just
Yes!
you watch as Emily just like goes activating underwater mode and just turns into her more streamlined swimming form and just dives into the snow and just like an arrow just sinks in underneath the surface of the snow.
Just gotta hope he doesn't stamp on her on the way past.
But yes, you guys are now able to keep constant. You've got a constant distance between you. It's not catching up, but you've still got
We're
to do
just gonna
something
be
to stop it from
keeping
seeing you.
Keeping an eye
Otherwise-
on. There must be something we can fucking break line of sight with this prick with.
I am going to,
Eventually.
from Hagar, I'm going to try and time it to just when the giant steps into it. I'm going to cast a thing of darkness.
Oh
Okay.
yes, darkness. We have
What
darkness.
is? So
Oh, I'm not
dark
out. I'm not within range. Cast it on its helmet.
check.
Mind you, I might.
I was
be
about
out
to
of
say
range.
15
Yeah.
15-foot radius. This is a 20-foot tall creature.
Yeah. Never mind. Scrap that. I've just read
Ah.
the.
I mean, again, what's the range on it? 60
Can I
feet.
just say
Something I can
60
fucking
feet.
do.
So
I was going
if
to
you
say I
could-
could cast it on his head, but
But yeah, you have to be within. I mean, it is a 10-minute concentration spell. If you guys could get close enough and cast it, that would be 10 minutes where
it
it cannot
Figuring
see.
it out.
It's a risk, but
Well, we got.
That-
I don't think we've got any other choice. Can I? If we both use it, I can cast darkness as well. I could try and cast it slightly further out of yours to make it longer, in
How
hopes that he
far did I
stumbles from
say
your
you
darkness
were?
into mine.
not so
maybe-
much the
You
length.
guys are
it's
180 feet away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I said.
60 feet range darkness for me.
It is going to drop back 40 feet, and
Oh.
is going to make this attack at disadvantage.
Actually, never mind. I don't have the components.
So it's probably going to target who would be at the back of the pack. I'm looking at it. Right. I'm going to roll a d6 to decide this. Odds, it's Blossom. Evens, it's Vienna and Hager. Odds. Sorry, Blossom. Does a 15 hit you?
It does not.
Okay, but you all hear just this whistling sound and look back, and Blossom, you look back and dive to the side as a giant boulder just smashes into the snow next to you. And when I say giant boulder, I mean like giant boulder.
Can I use thaumaturgy to make a loud noise behind it to try and make it look away?
What's the range on thaumaturgy?
30 feet.
30 feet. It's now it's 220 feet away from
Oh,
you.
I'd give it. Okay, let's just keep fucking running. It's quite far away, right?
Yeah, it's 220 feet away, but it's now dashing again to keep up.
Ah!
And it's at this point.
Leave us
I am
alone!
You are the only prey it has seen in probably a couple of days.
How many more animals can we fucking conjure on this? Fuck.
At this point, I'm going to actually need. Hager will be fine because it's of a construct. Artax will be just fine, but I will need Talia and Blossom. You're both gonna have to make me athletics checks to see how you're doing with this, because this is now long distance running. This is no longer just like combat running. This is you are having to. You're going to start feeling the burn of this soon. You have been dashing constantly for a number of rounds.
Okay, I'm gonna roll it, and then depending on what I roll, I'm using my fucking inspiration for that.
Yep.
My Christmas inspiration. Come on, roll something better. That's slightly better. 12.
That's fine, you passed the DC, so you're still managing to keep going, but you can feel the burn in your muscles
This
beginning to
is
build up.
just straight athletics.
Straight athletics, because you are just flat out running.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
13's still enough.
Oh.
Yeah, it's still enough. It was a DC 10 for this first one, but the longer this goes on, the higher it's going to go.
Paddy,
He's trying to kill us.
Yeah?
He's trying to kill us.
the portal daggers. If I missized the portal, if I made one giant portal and one very small portal, what
The
would
portals
happen?
have to match size.
They have
You
portals-
cannot link. You cannot
Yes, I
link
can.
two unmatched portals.
Can you get him stuck in the loop, though? Portal him. Think with portals.
It's got to fit in it.
He would have to spend quite a bit of time cutting a portal. I would say that would be.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to cut.
Okay, fuck it.
portal.
8 giant wolves.
8 giant
I'm burning another
I
one. just to get
don't
them to
think
distract
giant
me.
wolves are a quarter.
Yeah, it says quarter giant wolf. It says
You've
axe
got
beak,
to be
boar,
kidding me.
constrictor snake, dark horse, giant badger, giant bat, giant centipede, giant frog, giant lizard, giant owl, giant poisonous snake, giant wolf, spider, panther, riding horse, wolf.
I mean, I can't even find a giant wolf stat block. Hang on.
I would have sent
What
the
does he-
centipedes after him. Giant
I mean-
centipedes.
There's a dire wolf, but that's a challenge 1.
Yeah, no, giant wolves.
Yeah.
Oh
there's
no, giant wolf spider. Sorry,
Yeah, I'm
I'm
about
just
to
saying
say,
it's
there's a
because there was a
giant wolf
collar on it. It
spider.
looked like it was giant wolf and then spider, and I'm thinking, why would a tiny spider be the same challenge rating as a giant wolf?
Yeah, I was like, no, that doesn't
you
make
seen
Alright,
people scream
giant
at
poisonous
spiders?
snakes then, or something. I don't know.
giant poisonous snakes. Okay. Okay, so. Let me have a
Just
look.
something to keep it fucking busy so we can get more distance, because we can't. We need to get the fuck away from this thing.
Let me have a look at giant poisonous snake. Okay, so they're only a medium beast. Yeah, quarter challenge rating.
Medium beast, unaligned.
Yeah. Okay.
30 feet
So-
movement, 30 feet swim.
Okay. So
That's another
they appear and
Part
you
of my
send
tattoo
them
gone.
out. So another part of your tattoo gone. I'm assuming you conjure them 60 feet back.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they're not big. It just runs through them.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I don't want to die to a giant fucking ice thing. We're
Because
trying to run and you won't let us.
yeah, you're running, but it's running as well.
Leave us alone.
Is it actually catching up
do
to
something.
us?
It is not catching up to you. No, it is.
But we eventually we're going to tire before it fucking does, and it's going to still
Yeah,
kill us.
I'm
We need to do
tempted
something.
to stick with my original plan. Slow down, get within 60 foot of it, and cast
Double darkness, yeah.
darkness
Okay.
onto its head.
All right. Yep.
And I'll cast darkness around it as well. So she'll cast it on the helmet. I'm gonna.
Sorry,
Cast it on
who were our
furs or
slowest
something.
people?
The slowest person at the moment is Blossom.
Because we don't know where Xandal is.
Yeah, and Emily's hidden way back.
Okay. Would a horse movement have the same movement as a war horse? Would be 60 foot, wouldn't it?
50, I think.
Okay.
Potentially 50 or 60, depending on the horse.
Because I have
Wait,
animal
why didn't you all
biscuits
just
left.
summon horse? Ah,
And
I
what
mean,
you could do is
You
turn.
could summon giant owls and fly.
yeah.
That's what I thought
just
you were
sitting there
supposed
thinking
to do
when
the
I'm
first
summoning
time.
things. I'm thinking, why didn't we just summon something to ride on, you fucking idiot?
Fly, you
I was just thinking,
fools!
those giant owls, you could have all got on a giant owl and just flown
No,
away.
but
Oh my
it
God.
might have swung at us and killed the owl and killed us, and it might, yeah,
Why didn't they just take the eagles to Mordor?
because of plot reasons. Okay. So what are we doing? Are we summoning animals? Who else
Well,
has
I've just
got a
said I've
tattoo?
got animal biscuits, so if our slowest people take the 2 horse biscuits I've got, they then get 50 foot movement speed.
No, the biscuits are to talk to animals.
Ah, yeah,
What you're
they
thinking
are.
is transformation taffy, which is a
The
random roll.
problem, the
Okay.
problem we've got is we don't actually know where Emily and Xandal is, but I
Yeah.
could.
Yeah, Xandal,
summon
by
the
this
owls.
point, you've sort of stopped. You're seeing this giant running off in the distance, and you're just stood next to the whole Emily dug, just sort of hands on your
I'm
knees.
just sort of like.
practicing.
I was going to say he's probably better off running towards it and going back the other way. Get the horses.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
pretty much go down the hole with Emily. If she's
Yeah, Emily's stuck. Like she can't. She can't back out the hole.
Back
'cause
up.
she
No, not
turned-
when she's in swim
She
mode.
turned into swim mode, so she can't and she's javelined into the snow.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. While keeping an eye out in case this thing comes back, I'm gonna slowly start digging her out.
Okay. By the way, you guys haven't said you can make perception checks to look for things around you.
I said we're running, looking for something to break line of sight twice, and you
roll-
said it's
roll
planes
me
with
a-
nothing.
Roll me a perception check then.
I was towards the front as well, so he'll do a perception check.
18.
18. Okay, looking a bit ahead of yourselves.
22.
22. Yeah, so you'll both see this. Ahead of you, there is what looks like the top couple of levels of a tower sticking out of the snow. It's not. It's literally the top 2 floors maybe of what may have been a tower, sticking out of a snowdrift. But I mean, that's the only thing within range that possibly might be some form of shelter.
But if he sees us go in there, it's not a hiding place, is it?
I'm still gonna drop myself off of Hagar.
Okay.
In fact, I'll just kind of tap Hagar and say, "Right, drop me."
Hagar does so.
And the minute that giant gets 60 foot, I will cast the darkness on his helmet.
Okay. The darkness forms, and you just see it as just this 15-foot bubble around this giant. You can still see its legs and its arms flail out of it occasionally, and you can just hear it go.
Am I close enough to cast darkness on its chest piece as well?
Yeah.
Yes,
if
I
you
will
go
do
back
that.
60 feet as well. Yep.
Yes,
So
I will do
the
that.
bubble is now just complete, and you can watch as it stumbles around, and it starts stumbling in the direction it last saw you all.
And
Okay,
I
right.
then
Now
return to
we're going to
running.
make it. Yeah, we'll return to running and I don't know, make a break for that tower, I guess. To
Yeah.
make sure that by the
Keep
time
going.
it's got out of that darkness, it can't
Yep.
see us.
Yep,
Yeah.
it keeps. You watch as it stumbles to where you were and just blindly just strikes the ground, and then it's just like, "Grah, grah, grah," and it's like you watch as it sort of keeps stumbling around and like just swinging its axe blindly. It has no idea where you are anymore.
Okay, so
Keep running.
hide
Just keep
in the
running.
tower and wait, and then just keep an eye on it. Wait for it to fuck off.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you quickly get to the tower. It's about
I
100
hope that the
feet
tower
away.
isn't a tower of death.
So, like I say, it's the top 2 stories, so you'd have to climb up to the top.
Yeah.
But that's not too difficult to do. There is a trapdoor there.
We want to risk the trapdoor?
Check for
I don't
traps.
care as long as check for traps first.
Yes, check. I did that. Yeah. What do I roll?
Roll an investigation check.
Investigation. Where are you? There you are. Come on, don't fuck me. 24.
It's not trapped, but it is locked.
Fuck! I picked the lock.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand, yes.
Oh, I'm not proficient at it at the moment. Shit.
Please.
Well,
Please
you
don't
would
fuck me,
add
please don't
add
fuck
your
me. 19.
add your proficiency because you would be proficient with your tools.
19 plus 4.
Okay, so 23. You get the tools in, and it's hard. The lock is like the mechanism is
Slightly frozen.
but you manage to
I'll
just
probably like use a
find
bit
it,
of
and,
a firebolt or something to defrost.
I'll probably
it.
help and
and
precipitation
you hear
swarm.
it click, and you're like, and you pull it up, and it comes away with a crackle as the ice breaks.
Everybody in! Go, 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 go!
And we're hiding.
Okay,
We're
you
hiding,
all-
close the trapdoor, and fucking
you all
hope he
jump
doesn't
in.
find us.
Al, I'm assuming you dismiss Artax for now.
Yeah, I'll dismiss our
Yep.
attacks.
Yeah, Hager squeezes in as well, looking slightly despondent that he has lost.
Sandal.
Lost-
Yeah, I was
lost
just like.
Sandal. Xandal, by the way, in the
Finds
distance, you can see this black pillar just stumbling around with an axe swinging out of it. It's far, far in the distance for you, but you can see it.
I'll just message him and say that we're in a tower this direction. Try and
But
make your way there
you-
if you're alive.
You all jump into the tower, and for those of you with dark vision, the first thing you see is
Death.
a spear tip pointing at you.
Eep!
Hello.
But
We mean Maham?
it's not moving. And as you
Oh.
sort of look, you see a Dragonborn, what looks like a red-skinned Dragonborn wearing rough leather armor, holding this spear and looking up
Shit.
at this trapdoor.
He's
However,
frozen,
they are
isn't he?
frozen solid.
Yeah.
And as you look around, you can see that there's about 3 other in here, all of them chromatic in this particular tower, and they are all like, one of them looked like he was pulling on armor, another one looks like they were just tossing aside a like a frying pan, like they'd been in the process of cooking a meal, and another one is sat at the table, just like putting his hands down and getting up, but they are all frozen, completely solid.
I think at this point, Vienna will
It's
click that
fascinating as
something's
it is.
more going on than just like it's a frozen wasteland. Clearly, these
Yeah.
have been frozen in place.
Would it need a
Fascinating
medicine
as it is,
check
shall we
to
make sure?
to confirm that they're definitely dead?
No, they are
Okay.
completely frozen. Like you can see that they're completely preserved. They are like, it's like completely frozen, but there is like, if you smash them, they're dead. If you unfreeze them, they'll die because their blood vessels will burst. There's no known way to come back from this. They are just frozen statues.
Yeah.
As fascinating as this is, I want to make sure that giant is not found us first. Then we can investigate.
You can see there are arrow slits. They just don't let in a lot of light, so it was
Yeah.
just
Can we
like,
vaguely see him
Yeah.
leaving us alone?
as you look out, you can see that there is, like, you can see this pillar of darkness, and it is still stumbling around in your general area, but it is slowly getting further away, heading in the direction that it had seen you fleeing.
We'll just wait it out until he either gets
Wait out
bored
until
or-
we're
yeah.
certain that he's gone, and then I think it would be wise if we message Xandal and let him know where we are, in the
Okay.
hopes that he's still alive.
Okay. So you wait and you keep watching, and you watch as it just stumbles further and further and further away, and eventually it does vanish over the horizon, and you feel safe enough that it is not going to come back anytime soon.
I was gonna say, is like, how long does darkness last for?
Darkness lasts for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. So it would have worn off, but it would have lost.
Yeah, it lost sight of us,
sight
so
of us,
we
yeah.
managed to escape.
Can
Well, that
I
was
have a
scary.
moment of honesty?
Hmm?
Doesn't have message prepared.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, no
no.
sending.
Is it called sending? I was looking for message.
It's
Sorry,
called
hang on.
sending, yeah.
Yeah, messages.
No, she does have sending. So I was looking for message. I'm like, I don't have that spell.
No, yeah, message is a cantrip for wizards.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
And I don't think you
So
can.
I've
you
burnt
reply
that
to
slot.
message?
You can reply to message, and you can reply to sending.
Okay, cool.
Just
Right.
sending is anywhere. Message, I think, is 120 feet.
Otherwise, I was gonna have to send Queenie looking for him.
But yes, like I say, you are sat in this tower currently, just sort of catching your breath and nursing various wounds, and just.
Yeah, Vienna is very broken.
Ert's
You
going to
okay?
have lit her mace so there's light, and Val's
Yep.
going to turn on his wrist thing.
Yeah,
and
you can all now see these frozen statues of Dragonborn.
and even though they're not metallic, Val is going to
They are
spend. No, they're chromatic.
No, they're chromatic.
No,
Sorry.
these were all chromatic.
I find that so confusing. Chromatic
was-
and metallic. It's like
There was
get them
two
mixed up.
red, a green, and a blue here on this level.
Whilst everybody does whatever they're doing, Val's going to spend a bit of time kind of almost trying to lift them and put them into a laying position without trying to break them, and just put in any scraps of cloth that's in the area over them so that they've got a little bit more, so they're no longer just trying to fight.
The main problem you find is they are frozen to the surfaces.
Oh, okay.
Like you try to lift the one who is stood there with the spear, and his feet are perma frozen to the floor. There is just like a layer of ice all over him, like going from the floor up over his body. Same for the others.
In that case, Val's just gonna take a few seconds to just give them a bit of a prayer and just hope that their spirits have gotten to where they need to be. Obviously, his god is Tritherian, but he's gonna just do it as like a general thing to whoever their gods were.
It
doesn't matter. Like,
yeah. What on earth could have frozen them in mid-battle?
Mid-cooking?
Mid-anything. Pretty powerful magic.
Vienna's kind of looking at what it is they've actually, like... Because you said some of them were actually cooking, didn't you?
Oh yeah, the guy was like in mid-throw of the frying pan. You can see he was like swinging the frying pan out to throw it, but it's still like his fingers were still just touching it as whatever happened, and it is frozen in place. And you can see like frozen globules of fat that were flying off of it that are connected by just like tiny tendrils of ice. And you look in and it looks like some kind of meat being fried. You're not sure.
Vienna kind of grabs whatever it was cooking and like works on unfreezing it.
I mean,
it's deep frozen. It might be preserved.
It's frozen in the frying pan to the frying pan. So.
Okay, yeah. Then.
Yeah, and you can see in here there was like a fully stocked kitchen with provisions, and there's like papers and books and all sorts, but everything is just covered in a layer of frost.
Should probably look around and see if there was any clues as to who these people were.
Just be mindful that it wasn't a trap or something that did this, though in their own home. That would be quite weird.
You said that this is a tower. Is there a stairway that leads down?
There is, yes.
Is it worth us?
Meanwhile, has
shouldn't we try and meet up with Sandal?
Yeah, I was going to say we might want to
find
wait.
out
I
what
was going to say, has Sandal gotten out Emily?
Yeah, by this time you would have managed to dig Emily out. Once there's enough wiggle room, she's able to start helping.
Yeah, we're carefully following footprints.
So. Let's get out to sending Sandal and say,
No, she's already done it.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
I
We
see.
yeah,
never
you all-
roleplayed it, so I didn't know if
Yeah.
you'd done it. You never said
Yeah,
what the message
I
was.
said I'd
so
burnt
I
the spell.
assumed it hadn't been.
Yeah, you hear her go, Sandal, we in little tower thing. Keep eyes on giant. Got 10 minutes till darkness wears off. Come meet us if you alive. And so, Sandal, you hear that in your head, and you know that you can reply if you want to.
I'll be there as soon as I can.
Is that it?
That's literally it.
It goes, Sandal, alive. Be here as soon as he can.
Oh,
Right.
good.
I'll stay and keep an eye out to open the thing, and just to make sure that it doesn't like refreeze shut.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
I'll open it and let Xandal in when he
I mean,
arrives.
Vienna's
Again.
keeping a wary eye out as well, just in case the giant comes back looking for something. But
Okay.
Don't let your curiosity get us killed. We just escaped death. But,
yeah,
I'll keep an eye out for Xandal. You go investigate this place. We'll catch you.
Okay. So, I'm assuming Valena are going down. Is Blossom as well?
Yeah, I might as well.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys go down the set of stairs to the next level. The next level down is just like an empty room. It's got a couple of hammocks in it. You get the feeling this was sort of the sleeping quarters. The next level down below that looks to be an armory of some kind. There's weapon racks and armor racks. They're pretty empty though. You get the feeling that this was like either ransacked or potentially was cleaned out before these other Dragonborn got here. You go down to the final floor. This was a 4-floor tower. 2 floors were above the snow, 2 are below it, and the floors below are pitch black, and there is like bits of snow that have drifted in through windows.
I mean, Ert's got her mace of radiance and
yeah. But and it's warmer, but at the same time still very, very cold. But it's like a degree warmer because of the insulation of the snow. The very bottom floor looks like it had a desk and a bookcase, and you can read it. You can obviously read Draconic. You can still read the spines of the books. They're perfectly preserved. You just can't pull them out of the bookcase. And you see Laws of Yashvar, Teachings of Bahamut, Teachings of Tiamat, and various other books. There's like maps of the Yashvaran region. There's one that's literally just put taxes. There's one that's like guard patrols, guard rotas. You get the feeling that at one point this was like a guard outpost for just this area.
You say there's no way of getting the books out of the bookcase?
No, if I do you try?
Particularly the maps of Yashvar.
As you take it and pull, the spine just rips away.
Okay.
And then crumbles to like ice dust in your hand. You get the feeling if you really wanted to, you could probably spend a lot of time here with some kind of heat source and maybe salvage something, but it would be extremely taxing and it wouldn't be great.
Okay. Is anything? Does the door of the desk open? Can I try?
You give me a strength check.
Yeah. Oh.
7. You pull and it's not budging.
Okay.
It's like it's like the wood has warped from the cold and it's just like fused.
Is there anything else like going into like the corners of the room or whatever, like doing a bit more of a detailed look? Is there anything else we spot?
Roll me an investigation check.
Yeah. It's also going to be looking.
Yep, so that is assistance, so advantage.
Yeah.
Better, but not amazing. You don't really see anything amazing. You see, like, there's on the desk, there's like a bunch of keys that again is frozen to the desk. You sort of see like the door has heavy bolts on the inside if it needed it. The last thing you do find is underneath the desk, in like the footwell. You find a small, almost drake-like creature, like little four-legged dragonoid without wings. Looks like it may have been a pet. That is also frozen solid.
Okay. I think we'll return up to the top then.
Okay. Up the top, Vienna, you have not seen any sign of the giant so far. And Talia, you're still waiting for Xandal
yeah.
to rock up. Xandal, what are you doing? Are you just heading straight for the tower? Or where you assume the tower is?
Yeah, I imagine that all anyone could see though is Emily though, because Xandal's still invisible.
Yeah.
He's just like, nope.
I'll just see Emily and be like, shit, where's Xandal?
Well, Xandal, I need you to make a survival check, please, to see whether you can follow the
Find
tracks
us.
well enough. Once you're close enough, the top of the tower is obvious, but it is grey stone in a white landscape.
I'm going to use my. I forgot to mention I was going to use my flash of genius as well to add
Yep.
3 to that, so it's 17.
So 17. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not too hard. The soft, like the snow's not soft, but there is enough imprint in it to follow, and especially the giants' imprints as well. They're pretty easy to follow. You do come across a patch of large poisonous snakes at some point. Fortunately, they do class as friendly towards you because Talia summoned them. But you can see that they have mostly already died from the cold. Because they are poor snakes in a frozen
Cold-blooded
tundra.
creatures in a cold. That's probably the poorest animal choice I've made.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
So
one of
they've
us
not
each week
vanished
out,
then?
so-
They've not
They're
vanished.
dead and they're not
like,
vanished.
Some of them have vanished. You can see there's still some left, and they're just sort of clinging barely to it. But you get the feeling they haven't got long left.
So I can make the assumption that we can't even salvage that for snake meat. It's just going to vanish as soon as they properly die off.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. But by this
yeah.
point, you can now see this like grey tower, and you head over towards it with Emily.
Yeah. So all anyone sees is Emily walking towards.
Yep. Emily, who is just like walking with you, and like she has a hand on your head, so she knows where you are.
Yeah.
That's going to look really weird to me looking out, and Emily's just like hovering her hand out.
No.
But yeah, Vienna, you do see Emily approaching.
I think Vienna will assume that Emily will at least know where Xandal is, so...
Yeah.
Wait until they get closer. I mean,
Yeah.
he's small,
Yeah.
right? We might think that we can't see him because he's so much shorter.
Well,
than
maybe he's
Emma.
buried in the snow, who knows?
Maybe he's just walking along and it's just this tuft of hair. And...
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
But yeah, Vienna will just sort of say to Talia, "Oh, I can see Emily. Xandal must not be too far behind."
Excellent.
Is there any
yeah.
salvageable wood in the area?
There's plenty of wood, but it's all frozen. Like
Okay.
you could, if you use the wood that you've got that's dry, you could probably again slowly thaw it out and dry it out to be serviceable. But
I don't think I've got any wood.
most of your guys' actual kit would have been on the horses.
I've got a
damn it.
tinderbox, but I don't think that'll
So,
be
yeah,
enough
you-
to.
Yeah, you guys have got basically now the clothes on your backs. I would say you've probably got 2 days worth of rations each on your person, because all the boar meat's now gone with the horses, as have the tents and any other kit.
Thank God Urk can summon from water, if she has it prepared.
Yeah. But yes, so Emily helps you up onto the roof, Xandal, and goes to the trapdoor and sort of knocks on it.
I'll open it and be like, "Ah, there you are, Xandal. Where's Xandal?
I'm here.
Emily
Ah,
just,
dog, you're invisible.
Yes.
Oh, right.
You guys are
this
so
way?
much faster than necessary.
Well, you need to get longer legs, darling. Come on, get inside. You must be cold.
Yes.
Okay. So Emily pops down as well.
Probably like close the thing and probably hit Xandal on the head because I can't see him. Oops, sorry.
Watch where you're stepping.
Sorry, I can't see you.
Make an attack with disadvantage.
Oh, I'm joking. I don't want to hurt him.
Okay,
Oh.
okay. No, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding.
That's me. Not like hard. Just be like, oop. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Can't
Just an
see you.
elbow in
How
the
long-
ear,
How long
yeah.
are you invisible for?
It's at this point that Val and the others come back from downstairs.
I
Yeah, I'll
stopped
have,
concentrating on
Xandal's
the
back.
invisibility. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait, if
I'll
you're
have...
concentrating, you can just drop it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just dropped it.
Literally just dropped concentration. Yeah.
All mean the
All right.
while, I will have had a good look around the frozen people to just sort of see who they were.
Make me an insight check.
Insight. Oh,
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
Looking at their general states of dress, state of their weapons, their facial expressions, you get the feeling. So, the quartermaster Quart did tell you about Yashvar. Did say it used to be a Dragonborn city. That's about all he told you. But looking at these guys, like Vienna, you've seen runaways and rebels and like vigilantes and that sort of thing before from down in the Underdark when like a male drow or a couple of male drow would try and run away
yeah.
when slaves would try and organize a revolt or things like that. These guys stink of that. Like they were part of some kind of military movement that wasn't state funded. Their armor's not great, but they've got that sort of like almost like patched together stuff. They've got what they can, but they're also jumpy and nervous and expecting to be found, sort of thing. Like they've obviously found this place and holed up here, and then whatever happened to freeze this place obviously made a sound, which is what drew them to the current positions they're in. They were preparing in case it was an attack, basically.
Okay. So I will relay what I think is going on to everyone.
Interesting.
Well, this ice certainly isn't natural.
No, most certainly not. Oh, Blossom. How far off course are we? What's the compass say?
Yeah, check that, see which way.
So looking at the compass and looking out of one of the arrow slits, it is pointing directly at the pair of mountains to the northeast. Which,
Out of interest,
in
did
your
Giant-
flight from the giant, you're a lot closer to them now.
Oh, that, how fortunate.
My main concern is which direction did the giant go?
The giant
back the way it
went
came, didn't it?
in that sort of direction, but veered off eventually.
Right.
Hopefully he's given up.
That is also the direction the giant was coming from.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
great.
my concern.
Do we wait and hope that because he was coming away from that area that he's not going to go back there?
I'm worried in case
He was
there's more.
carrying he had the axe. Was he carrying any like kills? Did he have prey that he's dragging back
No.
somewhere or
No, he did not.
Ah.
It's why he was following you quite so.
So
He
he's
was
probably going to go
hungry.
back that way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and my concern is there more?
indeed.
So, I need to figure out a way to be a bit more stealthy.
Perhaps we should try and dye. Oh, but it's a curse, isn't it? There's no guarantee us trying to dye your hair any color would.
Wait, hang on, what? Would I not be wearing a hat?
Oh,
Yes,
she's wearing
You
a
are.
hood.
Yeah.
you would be
You're
wearing a
wearing the
hood.
hood of
Yeah.
extra edge.
But yeah, again, it's not even necessarily to do with pink hair. It's like you were things stood in the snow.
You were a deer caught in a headlights more than anything
Yeah.
else. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to think of 5 different ways I could hide, and all of them didn't happen.
Yeah, stood
Yeah.
in the pitch white, dressed entirely in black.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have stuck you out on the sofa. To be fair, we're not really. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
Actually,
you guys
what colour
don't
are the
blend
furs
well.
that we're wearing?
Yeah, what
They're like
colours
dark,
are
they're like wolf pelts and like
Okay.
moose furs and bear fur. So yeah, they're not white.
Could roll around in the snow first, I guess, but that's going to melt.
Yeah, it's
Well,
not
I mean, it
melting.
might not melt straight away, but
Are we gonna camp here for a night and then?
We might as
I
well.
think Vienna's probably needs to recuperate.
Yeah, I
so-
was gonna say, is like, I can't really.
She got proper
afford
walloped
to-
by that
yeah.
giant.
I don't suppose you've completed that hot plate, have you, Xandal?
How far would I have gotten through with that? I mean, I was more focused on trying to keep Hagar and Emily in one piece.
Yeah, you've not really made much in the way of progress. You swapped
No.
onto the warming elements for them more than
Yeah.
anything.
Do you
Well, I
have
mean,
something
if
that
they're
can like
warm, they can
melt
keep
through
us
some of
warm, right?
the ice so that we can set fire to some of the wood?
I
Make
mean,
a
I have
fire?
firebolt.
Yeah, but
Well-
we need something combustible underneath, so we need to get through the ice for the. We need to dry out some of the wood first.
I must have something on me. I mean, have I got any charcoal left from summoning Queenie?
No,
I think
you
I only
would've-
bought. I think I only bought enough for one summoning. And
You
that would
did,
have been
yeah.
burnt up. Yeah. Got
I
any
mean-
parchment or anything?
The only thing I could potentially do is heat metal on any of the frozen metal objects to melt that.
I don't have that bloody piece of paper with the orders to kill me on it, did I? Because I gave that to Abraxas when we were condemning
Yeah.
Dargo, weren't we? So
Yeah.
I don't have. I need to remove that from my inventory.
I mean, could I potentially heat what the Dragonborn were cooking on if it was made out of metal?
Yeah.
Melt.
The only thing you would have to bear in mind is, especially you would know this, Sandal, is temperature shock. So
Yeah,
this stuff
it's
is
likely
currently
to cause the
very,
metal
very
to.
cold. There is a
Um,
chance if you heat this, it could.
It's going to shatter.
I've got
It
something
will,
that we
like
might
you'll
be able
still
to
be able
burn.
to heat the shards and
Mm.
Yeah.
potentially use them, but it's not going to stay as one piece.
No.
I've got something that we
Um,
might be able to burn, but it would. Well, let's just be glad that Rowan isn't with us, 'cause it would make her cry.
Wait! I've got an idea. It's not It's not much, but I'm going to tear 2 patches off my robe.
Okay.
Summon 2 bullseye to pull the 2 hooded lanterns.
Yep. Okay.
Use that as at least a small amount of heat for nothing. If nothing, we're in
Yep.
shelter, so we can keep it open.
Got this
and-
old loot that we could burn.
And Val, you
We're not
like I
burning
say,
the
you
loot.
would-
Why
Val,
not?
you would.
It's not Rowan's. It's wood.
So, Val, you would know if you went down to the lower floors that are under the snow, they do hold heat better.
Okay.
So it wouldn't necessarily be as comfortable as having a fire, but it would be livable.
Um.
And I'm gonna relay that.
Yeah.
We could use this loot as firewood. It's already broken. It was something we looted off those slavers. Way back when. I've been trying to get rid of it, to be honest.
Didn't it have some kind of special property or something?
No, it's just a
No.
normal loot. I took it off the bard that when we
Okay.
freed those dudes in that cage.
Yeah.
Way back when. It's just been sat in my inventory in the way, to be honest.
As a stupid idea,
Mhm.
so I've got the 2 hooded lanterns
Mhm.
that are full and ready to light, which we
Yeah.
can keep open as a small amount of heat. Could I potentially use 2 steel mirrors to sort of like expand the heat, so sort of like
reflect the
create,
heat, yeah.
reflect the heat?
I'd say that would work slightly. It wouldn't be.
Can we burn the fucking loot? It's already broken, splintered
Yes.
wood. Anyway, let's just fucking burn
Yes.
it.
But we'll go down to the lower levels for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And I can get
You
rid
guys-
of this fucking thing in my inventory.
You guys head down to the lower levels, and again, the open stairway effectively makes a chimney for any smoke that you guys are going to cause here.
Yeah.
So
So
bear
I'll tear the other 2 patches to get the steel mirrors as well,
Yep.
just to generate as much heat as we potentially can.
Cool.
Okay.
And then I'll make like a little firewood pile with the broken pieces of the loot and light it with a fireball. Bolt,
Yeah.
not fireball. Jesus Christ.
That'll
Kill us all. I don't even have
I
that.
have a tinder
everyone.
box, so
Hey.
I can light
I
something with
say
a
how
tinder
big
box.
the
Hey,
room is now.
the giant didn't kill you.
I killed myself.
No, I've got a tinder box, so we can do it without burning spells.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got
It's
tinderbox
a cantrip
too.
anyway, so it's not really, I can.
Yeah.
But
But
yeah,
yeah, so you
we'll use,
managed
I've
to
got a
get
tinderbox as well.
So you managed to get
Oh.
the remains of the loot lit, and
Cool.
I would say
Okay.
through the course of the night you managed to use that to thaw out other bits of wood from this
Yeah.
tower, and you managed to use that to keep the fire going.
With
It
mirrors
makes it
and the
makes it
bullseye lanterns,
so
should
that
make it cozy.
it's still cold, but it's bearable cold now, especially with your thick furs. You still don't want to take your furs off, but it's at least made it so that you know you're not going to freeze to death in your sleep.
Would we have had a bit of time before nightfall and going to sleep?
Yeah, you've got a bit of time. You
Yeah.
you met the giant at about midday, and you probably lost him in the early afternoon
Okay.
after all the running. So yeah, you'd have a couple of hours till nightfall.
Cool.
Can Val sit there at the desk and just try and use like a blade to try and open that drawer? Because he's just intrigued what's in the drawer now.
Yeah. With
and just-
enough time, you manage to chip away, and you manage to eventually get the drawer to open.
Yeah.
And
Good luck,
opening it
Val.
up, you can see there is a sheaf of parchment in there. However, because this was in the drawer, you are able to actually A, read it, and B, take it out.
Okay.
So because it was in the drawer, it was insulated from like the freezing cold a bit better. But pulling it out and looking at it, it looks to be a report. The name unfortunately is smudged.
Right.
But the report details effectively the ongoing revolt by the chromatic Dragonborn against the metallics. And it details, obviously, if this was written, you guess, by a metallic Dragonborn. And it details about how they were pursuing an insurgent cell out here in the surrounding areas of Yashvar, and were hoping to find them and take them back to Yashvar to face justice before this revolt could spread any further.
Okay.
Effectively.
Makes for interesting reading.
Before the end of the day, I'm going to use the Cliffy magic shell.
Okay.
Oh.
What yes or no question are you going to ask the Cliffy magic shell?
Is
Huh?
this artifact guarded by more of them giants?
So you ask that question and you raise the shell to your ear, and you hear the crashing of waves and the gentle call of birds, and you get the feeling that that is a positive answer. Yes.
Oh, fuck me.
What? Yes, it is.
Yes, it
Oh.
is guarded by more of those giants.
Xandal looks to the others and pretty much just, assuming that they heard the question, just sort of like nods.
Why didn't we just kill the hags?
Oh, I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Lady Winter, can we do something else?
Why didn't we just kill the hags?
I mean, we don't know it. Well, we do know where they are, but I don't know what's worse: 3 hags or giants.
I mean, now that we
they're
know
both
what we're
pretty
facing,
dangerous.
if we keep our distance and use distance spells and distance attacks, then we might
I'm
be
thinking
able to.
stealth is probably the best route, but that's risky.
Well,
And
combination. Have a distraction that's distant spells, and have somebody stealthy go in and try and get the item.
and in the worst case scenario, from what it looks like, fire is the best thing to use against them.
Indeed.
So we need fire ammunition.
Well, I've
Speaking
got
of which,
Hellish Rebuke and Firebolt, but feeling that's not going to do much.
artificer spells. Let's see what I can update for tomorrow.
I know, I may have been thinking that myself.
Yeah, so by this point, like this will like count as the beginnings of a long rest. So if anyone does want to swap out spells or anything, this is the time to do so. For those who can.
Yeah.
I'm not one of those people.
Yes, I believe.
My proficiency where they are, I think.
I don't think. Can artificers swap spells? Do you prepare spells?
Artificers can swap spells, yeah. During after a long rest, same as a wizard
Yeah,
can.
it's only. Oh yeah, it's.
I believe the only ones that
Sorcerers-
can't are sorcerers and warlocks. 'Cause
Yeah,
I think they're
so-
set and defined.
Yeah, so you may not be able to change out your spells, I'm afraid, Vienna.
No.
Nah, that sucks.
When you level up, you can, but not at a long rest, unfortunately.
Yeah, warlocks. Can I look in my mirrors? My mirror,
Yeah.
even.
Yeah, you pull your mirror out and look into it, and
Is Gunter there?
Gunter is not there. You can see you can see the roof of his room.
Damn it! I was gonna like hold the diary up and be like, "Shit, we're doing right now." What does the diary say?
As you look in the diary, and it goes, like it details like you guys running from the giant, and it's like there's just the little comments in the side going, "Smart move. Yep, keep running. Oh my god, keep running." Like when it says about the rock landing.
Actually,
Oh,
not
man.
being sarcastic or judgmental. Then, so
No, it is
Yeah.
very much like, okay, yeah, I get the idea here.
Yeah. She's gonna like show it to Vienna and be like, even the diary is like, yep, that was a good idea.
Vienna's even just like, she's not usually the sort of person to cower away from something, but even she's thinking this was a bite too much.
Yeah. And knowing that we're going to have to avoid many of them, that is not going to be fun at all.
I think we could.
I'm thinking.
I was going to say, do you think we could just sacrifice these people? They were looking for something
What?
to
They're
eat.
already dead. What do you mean? So we can't. How can you sacrifice corpses?
Well, they're preserved.
I
were just
know, but
looking
they
for
can't
something to eat.
move or do anything. How would we even? I
Throw 'em
don't
out.
know. I was just thinking, perhaps, as risky as it is to, well, myself, I have new abilities with this cowl that I could use. Could a raven carry Winter's Moon? Would it be too small an animal?
You don't know.
Just thinking, if we distract them, I sneak in and grab it and then turn into a raven and fly away, but there's no guarantee that I'll be able to lift the
I
weapon.
just had a thought. Even though just minutes earlier I made a joke about it, but could we fly in?
Well, I mean, potentially. Oh yeah, I suppose I could just summon and.
I've got two of my tattoo pieces left.
I
We
only
could
have
just
one
do
left.
exactly, yeah. We could just do exactly what you just did with the owls. Could they carry us in?
Yeah, a giant owl would be able to carry.
What? Drop us
a
into the
person.
middle of an arena full of those giants just to grab the dagger? We have no idea where it is.
Paddy, just out of curiosity,
Mhm.
are you allowing the new spells from the Strixhaven book?
From Strixhaven, I do not own the book yet, so no. I
Somebody
only
buy in the book. Quickly, someone give him the book on D&D Beyond.
I only allow stuff that I actually have the source material for, I'm afraid.
Cool.
So if
So
you wanted
if
to go
someone- if
wildly
we
on the
bought
witch site, you
spells-
wanted stuff from Van Richten's or Fizzban's, yeah, you could have it, but not from Strixhaven. I don't have
I've got
that yet.
a plan, guys. If we just stay here for the next couple of hours until the end of session,
Then I will make something happen to move
Yeah, but
you.
then we still got to deal with this in another session. It's just delaying the inevitable stuff.
I know.
I still think get a long rest and then we will move
Get a long
towards...
rest, and we need to figure out where it is first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then
Okay, at least we know what might be coming up, I guess.
I've just sent Paddy the spell that I was going to take.
Let me have a
who else
look.
now?
It is called Vortex Warp. 2nd level spell.
Vortex Warp?
uh,
Yeah,
What does that do? Let's have a look.
it just teleports things.
it teleports things. But
Around
if
another
you're
creature you see in range, not an item.
Nope, another creature.
It says you magically twist space around another creature you can see within range. The target must see a Constitution saving throw, or the target is teleport to an occupied space of your choice that you can see within range. The chosen space must be on a surface or in a liquid that can support the target without the target having to squeeze. Yeah, it's not an item. It does specifically
No.
say creature.
No, but I think he's thinking giant. Move the giant.
Yeah, just fucking move it out of the way.
Multiple of them.
Or we could put persons closer to the item and pull persons away from the item.
Or, I suppose we could get someone to grab the item and then you could vortex. Wait, it doesn't matter. You can't use the spell anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know, I can't use it.
Oh.
I mean, we could also use the portal daggers.
Yeah,
That is
that's
true.
true.
Hmm.
Oh well, I
'Cause
think
I'm like, my stealth is fucking broken at this point. Obviously I've got a +9 normally, +10 if I'm moving slowly. Plus, where is it? The cow gives me advantage on stealth checks made in shadow or darkness as well.
You're talking about all these things, but they don't make any sense, Talia.
Am I talking in Talia's voice right now?
No, I know.
Well, come on, hang on. Sorry, no.
But,
Less
yeah.
table talk. Less table talk.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was
Yeah,
trying to get at.
I know.
yeah,
Let's have a long
rest.
rest and let's...
Figure
which
out where
I'm
the fuck it
doing.
is.
Vienna's already closing her eyes, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you guys feel fairly secure where you are. You don't think that you really need to set up a watch.
Ert would have put the sentry
we don't have
snake up
temporary hit
by
points anymore, do
the...
we?
No, your temporary hit points are long gone.
Yeah. Ert would have
just-
put the
I just
sentry
noticed it
snake
was still
up
on my
by
sheet.
the trapdoor.
Yep. So the sentry
I'll-
snake's circling the trapdoor.
I'll
I'm
watch the trapdoor passively as
still
well.
exhausted.
I mean, you guys are on the bottom floor.
Oh, never
Yeah,
mind then.
with the warmth from the fire and a good night's rest, then you will lose that level of exhaustion.
Awesome.
But yeah, the sun comes up the next day with sunlight just filtering down through the levels of the tower, just barely touching where you are on the bottom floor. The fire has burned down to just embers. The bottom floor is like, think like the difference between like coming in out of a cold day to the house is still cold, but it's warmer. It's at that sort of level. It's like
It's uncomfortable.
it's still uncomfortable, but it's not freezing. But you guys managed to pull yourselves out of like sleeping sacks that you had with you and make sure that you've all like not frostbitten and get a small bite to eat from the rations that you do have for those who need to eat. But yes, the day has dawned and the day is yours.
Okay.
Have a quick sneaky look out of one of the arrow slits and see what it's doing outside.
Make me a perception check.
So we've all had a long rest, yeah?
Yeah, long rest.
Cool.
Perception. Oh. I see Naffle.
Yeah, from what you can see, it looks clear.
Okay.
Bear with me.
Yeah, looks clear, guys.
Here's a question, Paddy. The invisibility paint.
Mm.
We don't
If
have enough.
I have 6 square foot of it left.
Yep.
If it gets sprayed on a cloak, would that then make the person invisible, or would it make the cloak invisible and you can see the person inside the cloak?
It would. So it would make the cloak invisible, and if someone put the cloak on, then it would act like, or it would effectively act like it would act like, it wouldn't be like an invisibility cloak from Harry Potter. It
What,
would
like
be
just
more.
covering?
It would be more like a
Yeah.
chameleon cloak.
Right.
Like you would be blending in with the background because of the cloak, but that would be about it.
Okay.
Suppose your
Actually,
head
no.
not covered by
Actually,
it would be
No,
visible.
no,
Yeah?
sorry, I've forgotten what the invisibility paint does. So you would put the cloak on, and the cloak would show you on the outside, because the cloak, the paint makes the whatever it's painted on show the same sort of thing as its surroundings.
Hmm.
If you put the cloak on, you are the surroundings.
So you'd be like a disembodied head with the rest of it blending in.
No,
Or
no,
something.
no,
No,
like
you'd
your
see
body
your
would be
body
like
through the
on the
cloak.
outside. No, you'd have double body. So like your
I
arm would
thought
be
I
there,
just
and then
meant
your
like
arm would come out
whatever
the
the
cloak.
cloak is not covering of your body would still be visible, wouldn't it? It'd only be doing that to whatever it's actually covering, right?
Yeah.
So if you didn't have the hood up, your head would be a disembodied head with your rest
But
of
yeah,
your body.
but no,
blending
but
in.
the paint shows what's either behind it or around it
Hmm.
as the invisibility. It doesn't make things invisible. It's more like camouflage paint, but actively
It
does
would
it.
be like hiding behind a picture of yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if I got naked and spray painted myself?
Do we have spray paint things?
I mean, yeah, you have no way to aerosol. Not even Xandal can
Or,
make that.
or poured it over myself, sort of thing.
Then it would be very inefficient, but
Okay.
potentially.
It's just a thought.
I mean,
It's just
Xandal's
a
the
thought.
smallest person, and he can turn himself invisible, right? Wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
But he's not as stealthy, so even if he was invisible, he'd still make a lot of noise.
The
And he's
paint
too
lasts
slow.
7 days as
Uh,
opposed to an
Invisibility does give stealth advantage.
hour. Okay.
Oh, okay.
It does give
And
you
I can
advantage.
turn
so-
other people invisible, so
Double team? Me and Xandal? Make Xandal invisible with the invisibility paint because he's smaller, and then I can cover for his stealth as well.
Anyway, I
My
need less
high
table
stealth?
talk.
Or-
Less
I
table
don't know.
talk, guys. You need
Right.
to get moving.
We're gonna have left. I imagine we're leaving the tower and heading towards the mountains anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, we
And
need-
we
Yeah.
can discuss tactics en route.
yeah.
So you guys make your way up, back out the trapdoor, and start trekking through the snow again. As the day passes, these mountains draw nearer and nearer. You can see that you were pretty close already, actually. They weren't too far off. And you get the feeling you're going to make it there by sort of late afternoon. And as you come up towards them, you see that there is a valley between the two peaks. And you start seeing more and more evidence of buildings, these frozen buildings just sort of poking out the snow. Sometimes it's just, like I say, it's just a chimney. Sometimes it's just the very top of a roof. Occasionally it's things like that tower. There's a couple more levels above it.
No, at least
you-
we've got stopping points each way.
Mm,
So
it's something we can run and hide in.
yeah, I
As
suppose
you-
that's one way of thinking of it.
As you continue on, there is no sign of that giant from the day before. You can see that there is some of these buildings that look like they have been recently damaged. So you get the feeling the giant may have thrown a hissy fit at having lost you. But you keep on moving, and eventually you start moving into this valley, climbing upwards. By just early afternoon, the sun is high, and there's snow falling down as you crest and look down into this bowl valley between the peaks. And down below you, you see a city. You see, it's a strange looking city. Like from all you've admittedly only seen like Durinard doesn't really count as a city, so like Vienna, you've seen a
I was
couple
going
of
to
cities.
say I'd have probably have seen a few on my travels, but
Yeah, but even then, this is a bit odd. So looking at this, it is a pentagon surrounded by 5 other pentagons. And you can see that the walls are, again, they are ice. Like, you can see this ice all over this place, and you can see the buildings within inside are covered in ice as well. But you can see rising towers in one of them, large buildings in another. Just it's a city with various buildings. But that, as you pull out the compass and look at it, it's pointing directly at that city.
guess that's where we're going. But it looks like there's hiding places, so that's reassuring.
So we try and get as close as possible, hide, and then try and figure out how the hell we're going to get this thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's at least approach it and see what.
More intel, yeah?
Yeah.
Make me perception checks, everyone.
And it's guarded by 5 giants.
27?
Okay. Just waiting for everyone else's to come through. Okay. So only 2 of you at the current distance that you are at. Oh, and Emily, actually. Wow, way to go, Emily. Would spot this. So looking down at the city, you can see so you guys are approaching from the west, and you can see, like I say, there's a central pentagon, and then there's 5 pentagons around it. So on the pentagon on the far side, but to the southern side of the city, you can see these really tall towers. And you can't make out much in the way of detail, like color or anything like that from here. But you, Talia and Emily and Ert, do make out something. You see winged creatures flitting between the towers. Large creatures. They're not flying away from the city, they're just sort of like flapping from one tower to the next and then landing back on the top.
Big flying creatures. I don't know what they are.
Avoid them.
They're circling. And then
I
landing
guess if
again.
we're going to approach, we just do it stealthily and try and hug walls and stuff.
Try and keep out of sight as best we can.
Now that they've been pointed out, can we all see them? Yeah.
Yeah, now that they've been pointed out, you can see them. Like, at the distance you are, you're still like a good couple of hours trek away, but you can see these creatures like flitting from tower top to tower top.
Can we make any idea as to what they are? We roll Arcana or Nature or?
This distance, no.
No, get a bit
Okay.
closer.
You can only see that there is some kind of.
And that's only in the one section.
Only
There's
in the
nothing
one
else
section.
in. Okay.
What's the compass say? Is it pointing in that direction or around them?
Pointing towards the city at the minute.
It's just pointing towards the city at the moment. You're not close enough for it to have homed in massively.
Get a bit closer, I guess. Keep our heads low. Move slowly so as not to draw attention.
Yep. Let's do that.
Okay. So you guys proceed onwards slowly. Eventually you come much closer to the walls. You have come down now, and the walls stand high above you. The walls reach about 100 feet in height. These are big, strong walls. They actually look to be made out of some kind of metal underneath the ice, but you can't really. The ice is very thick, so you can't get a decent idea. As you proceed down here, you can see that like the snow's deep and it covers a lot of the surroundings, but you can see like even through the snow there's like a delineation of where a road would have been, and it's leading towards this city, and you sort of follow along it, and you can see ahead of you that there is on the westernmost pentagon, the one nearest you, there is a set of gates that stand open.
It's like there's a way in.
We should be careful. Now that we're closer, any more luck with the compass?
The compass is pointing directly into the city.
We're going to have to go in, aren't we?
It's gonna be
Let's
right in the
let's get
bloody
to the
middle.
edge.
Yeah.
Let's get to the edge of the gate and peek our head around to see if we can see anything. Make sure the coast is clear first.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys move up to the gate, and again the gates are sort of 50 feet tall, big slabs of.
Backs against the thing, just like edging along, trying to not be seen.
You can see the gates have like been left open, like large enough for a creature like a giant to go through.
Plenty
but-
big enough for us then.
But there is multiple tracks in the snow here.
Fresh.
You do see large giant-like footprints, but you also see smaller footprints.
The humanoid?
Vaguely.
Okay.
Right, well, if
Are
there's
they
a lot of
giant?
footprints...
Hmm?
Yeah, he
Are
said
they giant?
giant.
There is
Giant
some
footprints
giant
and small.
footprints, but there is some
Yeah.
others that are smaller, larger than
Right.
regular humans, but
Yeah.
Right, if there's a lot of footprints, then this is has a lot of traffic, right? So we might not have a lot of time to get in. But we can use the bigger footprints, stand inside them so it doesn't look like we've come in. I guess. Find somewhere to hide.
Fiona's just kind of looking and listening first, just in case there's anything nearby.
okay.
Hmm.
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
And this is where it's duped.
Nice.
Oh,
You sort of peek your head around the edge of the
I'm
gate
on
and just
edge.
listen really hard. You don't hear or see anything immediately. There's no movement in the streets ahead of you, and looking in, you see that this ward of the city almost is constructed of elegant buildings done in shades of reds, oranges, and golds, like all sort of intermingling together, and you can see it just sort of under the ice, and it looks beautiful. But again, in the streets you can see statues of Dragonborn just stood there motionless. There's a couple that look like they've been shattered on like the main thoroughfare because of things moving past them, but you can see that there's others around, like some in alleyways, some in the doorways of houses. Life was going on here, but obviously whatever happened. At the very edge of your hearing, Vienna, down, you sort of glance sort of southeastward around the corner, and you just pick up on the very edge of your hearing just on the very edge of your hearing, like a howl of a creature.
Okay, I will kind of.
It's not like you've been seen and it's a warning. It's just something making a call.
Would I recognise it as one of the giants?
You would not.
I would not. Okay, I will.
You would have no knowledge of this whatsoever, so I can't even give you a check for this.
Right. Okay.
So
I'll kind of.
poor Underdark girl would not know this. Sorry.
Okay.
No what?
I will scuffle backwards to the rest of the crew and just tell them I've heard a noise over in that direction. So there's something still lurking over there.
Let's go in the opposite direction of the noise, yeah?
But otherwise it looks quiet. Just a thought, how well do you guys think you could pose still?
Pose?
You know, if
For what?
someone spots us, could we pretend that we're just one of those? And she kind of nods to the Dragonborn
I
statue.
mean, I'm not a
We
dragon. I
can.
suppose I have horns and a tail. I'm more likely to pass as anyone else, but
I
I
mean,
don't have a snout.
look like we're frozen.
We don't look frozen.
Ah, never mind.
I don't know.
Without, we'll just move forward.
All right. Okay, so you all enter into this area, and looking around, it's so strange. Everything here looks like it should be bustling and moving, but everything is just frozen in place. So glancing around this area, the main thing that grabs your attention, there is a marketplace further in. You can see the main thoroughfare leads to that, and then the streets are laid out around that. But the main things that stand out is you can see a gate to the north, leading, you assume, to the next ward up. It looks closed, but that's there. There is a gate directly ahead of you to the east, which also looks closed, and there is a gate to the southeast, which is the one where you heard the sound coming from Vienna. That one looks open. The only other thing that you notice is a single golden tower in this section, rising higher into the sky than any other building in this pentagon.
I'd be tempted to look at the tower.
Hmm.
I mean,
And
we're probably going to have to do a lot of investigation of the area in general if we're going to try and find this
Indeed.
item.
yeah,
So,
What's the compass doing?
The compass
it
is
pinpointing?
pointing directly to the center pentagon.
yeah, I had a
figures
feeling.
as much. It's going
Yeah.
to be right in the middle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shit.
So that'd be the center of the city. That would be the northern gate, wouldn't it?
There is a gate that leads. So from above, you saw it was a pentagon
Yeah.
in the middle, and then on each, so obviously 5 sides, and on each of those sides was another pentagon.
You're right.
So in the very center, so it would be the eastern gate that would lead to that.
Oh, right. Okay. So if we tried to somehow see if there was a way through the eastern side, even though the gate's closed.
at the very least, if we go up the tower, we might get a better view of the centre pentagon.
See what we're coming up against. Yeah.
Let's make sure that the tower doesn't have anything in it other than statues.
Well,
Hold
there's
on.
that too.
They're freaking me out, to be honest.
Yeah, and as you're getting a closer look now that you've gotten past where some of them have been broken, and you can see this city wasn't frozen mid-life. This city was frozen mid-battle. As you sort of glance down an alleyway, you can see 2 metallic Dragonborn with jabbing their spears into the body of a fallen black Dragonborn. You can see further along in another alley a number of chromatic Dragonborn holding makeshift clubs and beating a golden Dragonborn. This city was in the middle of a war, a civil war when this happened.
This is some creepy shit.
I still think continue towards the tower.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get a bird's eye view. I think that's probably a
you-
good idea. Oh, maybe I can get Queenie to look around. Once we get up there?
Yeah, it probably helps to have something a little bit more subtle.
Oh, by the way, something I forgot to mention, and I should have had you make the
That's
checks, but I forgot to get you to make the checks, so I'm going to leave it. But it is freezing. Like, it was cold, but the minute you entered this city, the temperature dropped even further.
I'm fine.
Fiona's kind of, as she's walking along, she sort of voices her thoughts out loud. And she says, "You don't think the winter's moon is the cause
Every time
of
you're
this?"
talking, there is just puffs of like mist
Mm.
coming out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Fiona, wouldn't this be crazy? What if that mist was us entering a test? No, wait, it's a one-person item, right? It wouldn't test all
Yeah.
of us for it, would it? See if any of us is worthy? I don't know. I mean, I don't know
I'm-
anything about soulbound items, maybe.
I'm
Or if the
actually
soulbound-
more worried in case I pick up this weapon not knowing what exactly it is capable of. What if this winter
I-
follows me everywhere?
God, that's a point.
Would I be able to quickly check through my notes just to see whether
Did we have any information on it?
I
You
do?
didn't get any information. You got the name and what the item looked
Of the
like.
previous
right.
Jaded
owner,
Library.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because it was a Kenku wielded it before.
Yes, you
wasn't
all
it?
heard
Yeah.
that a Kenku came up here with it.
It had a
Kenku called
ridiculous name, and I
Creaking
cannot remember
Hinges.
what it was.
Creaking
Hinges, that's it.
Hinges,
Yeah.
who came up here with a party looking to effectively. They were basically treasure hunting. Basically, you now look around and you correct treasure hunting to grave robbing,
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah.
and you can see
Would
that
I be able to recall any information, or was it all in a foreign language?
from the Jaded Library, there was speculation on what the items could do. Mordenkainen hadn't met all of the wielders or found the items, so there was
Mhm.
speculation where he hadn't managed to like meet people.
Oh no.
But
I mean, if I could draw on any of that speculation, it might give us at least a bit of a hint.
see, you didn't take notes on that. But roll me
Oh.
an intelligence check to see how well you recall
Okay.
what you may have speed read from the book, because
Yeah.
you were taking notes on names and pictures, but that was
Yeah.
it. So
Add in Flash of Genius for that as well.
Okay.
So +3. 25.
25, okay.
Ooh.
From the few bits you can remember from the book that Mordenkainen
Yeah, if I can remember
he-
that book, I can remember this one.
Yeah. he never came across the blade itself, and he
Okay.
never met a wielder of the blade. What he theorized is that the blade has strong powers over ice, and has some ability in like he'd heard a rumor of someone who wielded the knife turning into mist. That's all that there was speculated on.
Okay. Yeah, I'd explain that, but make it perfectly clear that it's unsure whether this is true or not.
Guys, I have an idea,
Okay.
but I
by
need
this-
the dead body.
Well, by this point, you guys have reached the Golden Tower.
Okay.
You reach the base of it and you look up, and it is a solid gold tower. And when I say solid gold, I mean gold. You can see underneath, this is gold. This tower is made of gold. And as you've been walking through, a lot of the metallic Dragonborn you've seen, and a few of the chromatic as well. It obviously was a slightly skewed society, but it didn't mean the chromatics couldn't raise in station. But a lot of the figures that you've seen have been wearing quite nice jewelry, and you've seen like pouches, money pouches on people's belts. So there is treasure to be had here. It's quite right when people have said that this is a hidden treasure trove. But this tower reaches high up, and you see no windows. But there is a single door made of a dark red metal.
Okay.
And the tower reaches 100, and you eyeball it and you think it's about 150 feet to the top.
So If we got to the top, we wouldn't be able to see out of it anyway, because it's actually got no windows.
Balls.
Whether it's
Correct.
different on the inside, you don't know.
I still think it's probably worth
We
checking
do.
out.
Yeah.
Well, we're here.
Okay. Yeah, we might as
True,
well.
true, true.
Even if it gives us a hiding place, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look.
Should we check
Okay.
for traps?
Yep. Check it the traps.
Roll an investigation check.
Don't fuck me. Fuck. 13.
Candle?
You want
Wait,
to
you're
give
gonna
her?
waste your candle on me?
No,
I
actually.
will say don't waste that because Talia, you look at the door. There's no obvious traps. There's also no lock, no handle, no nothing. Like this door is here, and you can see it is a door. It's obviously made to be a door, but there is no visible means to open this door. It is made of this
Fuck.
dark red metal, and there is no lock, no handle, nothing.
Okay, there doesn't seem to be any way to open this door.
Yeah, and it just touches it and gives it a push.
Yep. You give it a slight push, and you feel like as you give it a slight push, the metal like pushes back. Like there is like a slight repulsive force to it.
I'm gonna look to see if there's like a lever or something.
Okay, roll an investigation check.
Like
Okay.
a button or something.
17.
17, you look around, no obvious mechanism. Nothing. The sides of the tower are completely smooth, the door is completely smooth. Although Xandal,
Yeah.
with that investigation check, you recognize this metal. This is orichalcum.
Orichalcum.
This is a metal that is only able to be made through high level alchemy. This is metal that is infused with magic.
Huh. Well,
So that immediately gives you an idea. This is probably a mage's tower.
yeah, we're not likely getting in here.
Then let's find somewhere else to hide and try and replan.
I'm
Val,
tempted to
just out of
that eastern side to see if there's a way through.
Val's just gonna like touch it in case it's like a Dragonborn, like only Dragonborns can open it for whatever reason.
Touch it.
Yeah.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
Only chromatics.
Xandal, I would say Xandal would be the one most likely to notice. Make an Arcana check.
Okay. Arcana. 24.
Magic it needs.
24. Okay, you would have. That's actually very, very good. You've heard about locking mechanisms like this from Rachna
Yeah.
They're not used often, mainly because they're very easy to they're not easy to foil, or they're not easy to break into, but it's very easy to
Bypass.
very easy to what's the word I'm looking for?
Diffuse?
No, basically fuck yourself over with it.
Right.
Effectively, what this is the door
Self-implode.
the door is enchanted to only open when someone with a certain object comes to it. Obviously, the problem there is when you enchant, when you enchant the door, you have to enchant the objects. If you lose the objects, you're locked out.
Yep.
And we have no idea what that object would be.
Xandal, with that 24, you think you would recognize the object if you came across it, because the enchantment would feel similar. But
yeah.
you know that this object can be anything. Sometimes it's a key, sometimes it's a number of keys, sometimes it's something like a ring that someone wears on their finger. Effectively, this enchantment was a way for reclusive mages to make it so only certain people had access to them.
How are we doing? I'm looking around, like, because we've been stood around here for a while now.
Make a perception check.
23.
You don't see anything moving. Don't hear anything. You hear that same howl on the wind again. Again, it doesn't sound like an alarm howl or anything like that. It's just something just making noise.
Should we
To find
just
somewhere to
bite the
be in a
bullet and just
building,
go
let's
for the
get in.
center pentagon?
I assume that's probably the best place. I can potentially get this door open, but I need to find the right item for it.
I think we're wasting our time here. I don't think we know the item we seek is not in this tower, right?
Yeah. Let's
I know
Yeah,
you
the
want to know
compass
its
is-
secrets and everything, but we're not going to get anything if we're dead because we stood around too long.
I can also potentially get us into the tower without having to go through the door, but that'll draw a lot of unnecessary attention. So
And
Yes,
that's
absolutely
out of the
let's
question.
not do that.
Yeah.
Let's go to the east gate.
Yep.
Okay. So you guys
Yeah.
make your way through.
Stealthily.
As you go through,
Stealthily.
okay. You're fine at the moment. But as you guys make your way through the marketplace towards the east gate, whoever wants to, we'll stick with Talia's 23 perception. As you look towards the southern gate, you can see that the buildings there, like everything's covered in a slight layer of snow, but there's like giant mounds of snow there in front of that gate, like big mounds, like almost. You sort of peer a bit closer, and you can see that there is a tunnel mouth leading into one of the mounds. You get the feeling something has like made a load of snow there, and has like you can
Burrowed
see
in.
the snow like covers most of the gate. Like you could climb over it and go over it if you really wanted to. But the easiest way is like there's these multiple tunnel entrances that go into this mound, and you assume to the gate.
Is anyone else thinking this looks a bit like a giant's lair?
And you said
Oh,
that's going.
The entrances, the tunnels, are not big enough for a giant.
Oh, okay.
And you said this
There-
is
There
could
towards
be
the
other things
southern
in there,
gate, but we're going towards the
That's
east.
towards the southern gate. Yeah, it's just because you're passing by it, you can sort
Okay.
of see
Okay.
it in the distance.
Right,
You've
okay.
just sort of clocked it as just like, that's a thing. Okay. But you
Okay.
guys eventually reach the eastern gate, and you can see the walls rising up 100 feet above you. The gate, I'm not even going to make you make a check for this. The gate is frozen.
Good.
And when I say frozen, I mean there is like 10 foot of ice before you can actually reach the gate.
We may have to go round until we can find a way in.
I hope we
I
don't
could
have to go through
portal
those
us.
tunnels. You have to see. You can't see through the ice.
I could fly over.
If
Would
you're
it take me
seen by
longer than
those
a minute to
flying
fly over
creatures.
it?
So it's 100 feet in height,
Oh,
so you
okay,
can
yeah.
fly 60 feet in a round.
Yeah.
If you-
Also,
if
there's
you
flying
dash.
creatures around, right?
Yes.
You don't want to be seen, right?
I mean, either way, when we walk it through the eastern pentagon, we're going to be seen.
I'm not intending to just walk out and be like, "Hello, here we are." You know, like.
I'm
maybe
not either,
excuse
but,
me.
you know, I can try and do it stealthily, and then we can, rather than going around and potentially finding nothing, no other way.
By this point, the sun is beginning to set.
We
Maybe
need to
have
find
cover
some
of darkness.
shelter.
You've got maybe an
Yeah.
hour until sunset.
Let's find a building to huddle into. We're not
Yeah,
going to do it today.
We'll go around and see if we can find a building that is open to us but is subtle.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's easy enough to do. There's
Something where we can get a fire inside without it being seen from the outside.
okay. That's a bit more difficult. Roll me an investigation check.
Come on, don't fuck me. Come on. Fuck!
Ah,
Shit, bollocks, 9.
Glancing
Like,
around, all
oh,
you
it's
can
too late
see
to-
is like these
Yeah, never mind.
like nice like villas around here with a couple of sort of like smaller, what you guess would be like commoner dwellings mixed in amongst them, but they've all like the doors are open and you could go in, but again you can see multiple exits where smoke would come out if you lit a fire.
We're going to freeze to death. Well, what are we going to do? We need to make a decision soon. We need to have some kind of shelter before. Can we dig into the ground? No, that's not going to work, is it?
No. I think I'm kind of tempted to kind of look. I'm trying to visualize what you've said is where, and it's kind of difficult when you're just describing it because it's like you said about the south gate, and I'm just like, but we've just been to the east, and it's like, would we?
Hang
be
on.
near
I
the
will send you my awful map.
That'll be good because I can't.
will
Yes,
put
yes. Give us a visual. This is very
I will
hard.
put
Yeah.
my awful hand-drawn map in the Discord, okay?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Because and I warn you, it is garbage because I can't draw a pentagon to save my life. But it was the best I could do.
Okay, let's see.
Okay. There we go.
Excellent.
I told you. So you guys are currently in the section marked 1.
Okay.
Right, okay.
So
Whoa.
you came in the gate on the outside. The east gate is the one in the middle, and obviously north gate is top and south gate is the bottom.
Right, I see. So I was tempted to actually look at what the tunnels were, but I think it's too late in the day to investigate it, so I'll do
I mean,
an
ignore all my annotations on that. None of you are meant to see that.
No,
I can't even. It's just numbers.
Can't
like,
make,
I don't know
yeah,
what
they're
any
just
of that
numbers.
is.
I don't know what they all are either. I
That's
just wanted a visual.
Like zooming in,
that,
trying to decipher it. No idea.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what was where. That was all. I was trying
Yeah.
to see it in my head.
I have an inkling what some of them I mean, but yeah, it doesn't.
Can
still
I
none the wiser.
attempt to do an investigation to see if we can find somewhere a bit more?
Yeah.
Can I
Yeah.
help her?
Yeah. I mean, bearing in mind by this point the sun is nearly down, so you do get advantage because of Talia's help.
Ah, yes. Please do better. Ah, fuck me!
13.
Yeah.
Okay. You find a villa that you feel is maybe like that's the furthest from those tunnels that you saw,
Mm,
and it feels like it's maybe your best bet. But it's
Okay.
the same as all the others. The smoke.
Maybe we
is
can try and
definitely gonna
board
come out.
some things or something.
We'll just huddle.
We'll have to. Well, we'll huddle and see how we do. If we
Huddle,
desperately
yeah.
need a fire because we're gonna die, then
Be right
we'll have
back.
to risk it.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys head into this villa, and again inside you can see, like, the inside has been ransacked. Like you can see like the figures out on the streets that had like the gold on them and that sort of thing, they'd been left alone. But in here you see like jewelry boxes that have been ripped open. You see chests that have been broken and the contents taken.
Are there any corpses?
There is a number of frozen corpses in this one. You see a small...
Are any of them not Dragonborn?
They are all Dragonborn.
I'm just thinking because you were saying about things being rummaged through, whether maybe those adventurers had been in here.
No, there's none of those in here. You do see a male and a female gold Dragonborn slumped over the body of a small child female Dragonborn, gold as well.
Oh.
Each of them with stab wounds.
Is it awful? In their own homes. Right, a gold Dragonborn, they're the same type of Dragonborn as Val. I mean, I know he's bronze, but
they
the
are
same...
metallic, yes.
I mean, I was going to think maybe I have a connection with the dead. I can talk to them, but I think the only information we'd be able to glean from these guys is what happened to this city, not what happened to that item. If I could find the body of one of the adventurers, I could probably know what happened to it because I could ask them, but I think it would be pointless trying it on a Dragonborn.
Yeah, they're
We'd
just
have to
gonna
defrost them
remember war.
first, and yeah.
Right. Yep. Let's try and warm ourselves up.
Okay.
Huddle up together then.
Mm-hmm.
So you find a room that seems like it's probably the best, and you manage to scrounge enough wood to start a small fire. And you huddle
I thought we were going to
together
huddle and
around
not
it.
light a fire because we didn't want the smoke.
It's up to you. Are you lighting a fire or not?
I think we were going to huddle and see whether we could do
Manage,
it.
and
If we
then-
literally cat pile,
Okay.
everybody holds each other together and just huddles for
Yep.
warmth.
Okay, so everyone needs to make
And
me
if
a
it gets too cold, then if we're desperate, then we try a
Okay.
fire. But
everyone needs to make me a con save then, please.
Okie doke. +3, remember?
my Olympiad ring doesn't give me
For goodness sake.
con saves, does it?
Oh,
Oh.
wow!
16.
Candle. I'm going to use the candle.
You're gonna use the candle. Okay. You blow out the ghostly candle for the reroll.
No, fuck off!
Kidding me?
Oh,
Every time we've
Oh.
used inspiration or something,
Double nat ones!
double that one.
dude, I'm so sorry.
Okay. So
Shit.
Blossom pass. Vienna just pass. Pass. Talia pass. Haga pass. Zandal just pass. I need to make one for.
I rolled out that for Emily. Zandal doesn't
yeah.
need to, does he? Because he's
Oh yeah, that's fine. I rolled Emily since you passed.
yeah.
But yeah. So the only one who fails, Val. Though your aura is helping everyone else, just the sight of the Dragonborn in this city and what has happened here just sort of gets to you, and you feel the cold seep into your body. You take
We
a
not
level
like
of exhaustion.
full on like just surround Val, try to
Nope.
keep him warm when we see him suffering.
No, he still takes the level of exhaustion, I'm afraid.
Fuck.
But you all manage to. Are you guys trying to
It's
get
the
a long
worst. I
rest,
want to
short
go
rest?
home.
Are you guys trying to rest here, or are you?
We're kind of waiting for daylight, really, so I suppose it'll end up being a long rest.
Yeah.
Mm.
So you guys take a long rest. You don't hear any movement outside during the night through various watches. This city is just silent, except for that odd howl that sometimes sounds from the southern gate.
I ain't going in that southern gate. Nope.
But dawn comes the next day, and you all wake cold, stiff, but still alive. The cold did not take any of you during the night.
This
Although
is the worst.
Val, you just can't seem to get any warmth into your limbs today.
But we managed to get a long rest?
Yes, you all did get a long rest.
I'm assuming not for Val this time? Or yes?
Val did get a long rest, but the level of
And
exhaustion.
not enough to get rid
Okay.
of the exhaustion.
No.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
He basically got the level of exhaustion during the long rest. Effectively.
Okay.
I want to go home.
Well, we've
I
made
suck.
it this far now.
I know,
Yeah.
I know.
I warned you I was ramping up the difficulty.
Yes, ramping up the difficulty, and then there's just like, you are going to fucking die.
I mean, there's stuff you guys can try.
We're trying, but we're rolling shit. 2 nat ones, man. Every time we've tried to use something to get our roll back, it's just shit.
I also
Oh,
think
man.
every single time I've used the candle, except for once, I've rolled a 1.
That one time where you cleaved that guy's head off.
Yeah, with a nat 20.
inside. Yeah.
But yeah, so the dawn comes, and you can see the crystals shining in the sun. There is no clouds today. There's no snow either. It's a clear,
More
sunny day.
mercies.
So,
But it is
Yeah,
still
Right.
colder on a
bitterly
clearer
cold.
day. Yeah.
are we going to try and get past the east gate? Are we going to try and go round? Or are we going to investigate those tunnels?
Hearing that howl from there, though, right?
Yeah.
It's probably
That's-
another one of those bloody earth dragons or something. Well, probably not in the ice, but something just as bad.
What about the north gate? Is that where the creatures were? The flying things?
No, the creature. So, looking at the map, the creatures would have been in Area 3. So they're across the city from you.
Shall we try the north?
North gate to go into the center?
Yep. See if the.
Because we're trying to
gate's
get to
open.
6, right?
Yeah, we're trying to get to the center, but at the moment that east one's blocked. So if we try going, if there's maybe a way of getting through the north one instead.
Well, I guess I got nothing else to lose at the moment. Let's try and sneak over there and have a look, and hope that that's not blocked as well.
Okay. So you guys make your way out of the villa and circle around the walls, up along, hugging the wall around to the north gate. And as you arrive at it, frozen as well. 10
Oh
feet
my
of ice.
God.
But you now realise you've seen everything has a layer of ice on it, but nothing this thick. And both gates have been quite, like, it's only been on the gates this thick.
It's done
Too
intentionally.
bad the wall.
Mm.
Why
The
just
wall
the
is-
gate?
The wall only has that thin sort of couple of inches of ice.
Yeah,
You
but
could
there
dip
wasn't
into the
any
wall?
way through the wall, was there? I'd
No,
have
the
thought we'd have
walls are
seen it.
made of
Yeah.
metal underneath the ice.
So it's neither use nor ornament anyway. Unfortunately, it sounds like we're going to have to go through the south.
Well, or I go over.
Maybe
Or
Val
Val
tries
can
to
go
fly,
over.
and I think those creatures flying around are far enough away they might not see him, but I don't know what their eyesight is like. Can you keep close to the wall and fly? Like, hug it as close as you can?
I mean, what
Try
I
to
would,
blend in?
how I would do it is I would send Queenie up to have a look,
Oh, good idea, yeah.
and then we can decide whether it's safe enough for me to go over and risk it.
Okay, we try. Okay, so I will stick my hand on Val's shoulder, and
Okay.
I will order Queenie to fly up, but I want her to keep as close to the wall as possible,
Okay.
and move as slowly as she can.
Where are you sending Queenie to?
Up
Are
the
you
wall.
to the middle or to the north?
Well, we're against a wall, aren't we? Right next
Yeah,
to
you're-
the north gate. So
Yeah,
just
you're against the
follow
north
the
gate.
wall up and look over the north gate.
Okay. So Queenie flies up.
And then
And
obviously
then
I will
lands.
see through her.
Yeah, lands on the top of the wall and looks down into that northern section. And looking down, looking into the ward, it's empty. Like, you can see it's the same size as this ward. There should be buildings, there should be roads, but there's nothing.
If you look
Has
over
she-
to the flying
yeah.
creatures and just
But
purvey
look-
as far as she can see over all the walls. Like,
Well, as she looks down, into the section, like directly down, she looks down at the bottom of the wall, and there is just this glowing wall of fire, like blue fire, at the bottom of the wall that she can see. No, actually, that's actually further towards the north. There's just this like semicircle of fire along the northern edge of the wall that's like just like there, burning constantly.
Is there potential that she can just glance over and look into the central Pentagon?
I thought that's what
And
we
then-
were doing. We were looking over the north wall down into the
And
center
then
Pentagon.
looking
Oh, right,
down
okay.
as well, she can see large pits filled with frozen spikes littered around the place as well. That whole section's been turned into a trap field.
So that's through the north gate area. That bit's trappy.
Yes.
How does it look from the
But,
bloody south gate?
From there, she would be able to see that there is a gate from that section into the middle. That gate is open.
Okay, she's gonna. Can she get a closer look at the blue fire?
Yeah.
Is there, like, can she see a source?
As she do you want her to fly down closer?
Yeah, a little bit down.
Okay. As she sort of flies down and flies above it, you get a better view, and you can see that the fire is 50 feet in height and 20 feet thick. And it is just it's just blocking off anything. You get the feeling it's been placed there to stop anything climbing over the northern wall from coming inwards. And looking at it, you can see. Make a perception check with disadvantage for Queenie.
Hang on, extras. Raven. Perception. Passive is 13, but that's irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Deception is plus
This
3.
is something you're actively looking at.
So that, and then...
Disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm rolling again, it just takes a while. I want to make sure it's rolled first before I roll
15,
the second
okay.
time.
Queenie can see, at the barely make out, at the base of the fire, glyphs, runes. Just like glowing with this cold blue light. There's huge strings of them stretching out. That's what's feeding that fire.
And I take it she can't get to those glyphs because it's in
they
the
are
fire?
in the very center of the fire, and she can just make out that they look like they're not like drawn, they're carved into the floor, like into the stone and ice.
So south is looking like the only way in, yes?
It is looking that way, isn't it?
Okay, she'll come out of Queenie and she's going to dismiss Queenie and make her vanish.
I mean,
Okay.
there's still the east gate.
I mean,
There's still
The
the
east gate
east
is
gate.
frozen. The north gate is frozen.
Yeah.
The south gate is open.
But I thought the reason
That's
we were
what we
putting
established, right?
Queenie up is to establish whether I can fly over at one of these gates and do
portal,
the portal.
That's why I asked why didn't we look directly into the centre?
We'll be looking into the centre. I said look into the centre.
Okay, do you want her to look into the center now? You sent her to look closer at the fire, and
well,
then
it's up on a thing, and then look directly into the centre and the gates, and then she flew down to investigate the fire.
oh, I thought you were just looking into the northern district.
No,
The
into
centre.
the actual thing, looking down, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you resummon her, and it's now you've seen the northern district, so now she goes to the center district.
Yeah.
Looking into that, you see a
I thought that's what she was.
towering, opalescent tower, climbing high into the sky, at least 500 feet up. You saw it from a distance, but it's much more impressive up close. Looking at it, there's a couple of entrances lower down, and a couple of windows here and there, but the windows are all frozen over. But the lower entrances are clear.
Right, so
Comparing the
there
walls to
anywhere-
the gate, are the walls the same height as the gate, or are they slightly lower because there's not as much ice?
The walls are all 100 feet high. The gates are 80 feet in height, but
Okay.
they're all like part of the wall, so you would have to go up 100 feet no matter what.
And it's fairly clear up there, isn't it, when she was flying around the top? Like, those flying creatures haven't looked this way or anything, have they?
Do you want Queenie to glance in that direction?
Yeah.
As Queenie
The whole point of her
glances-
going up there, really, was to see if it was the coast was
Queenie
clear for Val, right?
glances to that ward. She can see on the tops of there's 4 green towers, sort of greeny, coppery towers, and on top of each of them there is a wyvern. So just sort of laid, like curled up, sleeping, curled up underneath their wings. These blue wyverns, obviously cold wyverns. She can just make out they are chained, and there is, like, on each of them there is a saddle.
Oh.
Okay, so, yeah. Also, if we, anyway, then she'll dismiss Queenie and everything and be back, and she's explained all of that, the wyverns and everything that Queenie's seen. Even if we portal in, how the fuck do we get out? Like, are
Same way.
we...
Draw a portal, fly over. There's no limit
watch
to
out
how
for
often I can
traps.
use it, is there?
I don't
think there
believe
is,
there is
isn't
with the
there?
portal dagger. I believe it's just an action.
Can we confirm that before we use
As
it?
an action. That's what it says.
It definitely doesn't say anything about you can only do this once per long rest or anything
No,
like
there's a
that.
separate
No,
thing
I
I
did
can do
that in
once
it.
per week.
Yeah, the limit
that's-
on the portal dagger is the plain portal rather than the regular portal.
Right. So portaling around normally is fine, but if we try and portal out into
Yeah.
a different plane of existence, that's what the
Yeah.
limit is on.
Yeah,
Right,
the
okay.
openings only last for a minute, so You will have to factor that in.
Okay.
And
Okay,
only
so by the
one
time
creature
you-
can go
yeah.
through the portal at a time.
But I can
So,
do
yeah.
60-foot movement in 10 seconds, right?
6 seconds.
6 seconds.
Yeah. So you would have 10 rounds to get the
Yeah.
both portals open, linked, and get everyone through. Bear in mind, there is how many of you? 7, 8, including Emily.
If we're going to do
That's
it
at
twice,
least-
we're going to do it twice.
Yeah.
Did we decide whether Hagar and those sorts of things could go through, considering they're not living creatures?
They are
They count?
They count. Yeah, unfortunately, they can go through the portal, but you can only send one thing through the portal at a time. So
I still think
one-
this is our quickest and easiest route.
Yeah.
Even if I've got to do the movement twice, if I've got to fly back over,
No, I'm just concerned every time you fly over, those wyverns are going
they're
to see
chained,
you.
aren't they?
Yes, but they also have saddles, which means they have riders, which means someone can unchain them and fly on them if they see you. Just because we've seen the wyverns doesn't mean we have seen the riders, right?
It could
Let's
be.
get some more distance between them and try and go.
I can wrap
I mean,
my
over the
cloak around
centre,
myself
like-
as I fly, can't I?
Would they get in the way of your wings?
Yeah, no, the cloak would get in the way of your wings.
Oh, okay.
Well, if we get more distance, like try and go over the wall, because we're skirting a wall that if we go over, we go into the center, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's just shuffle along a bit further away from the dragons, put as much distance between us. Wyverns, sorry, different creatures. And then try and just hope
Yeah.
that we're not seen.
As you guys
Obviously, mind the traps and the fire.
as you guys are huddled here discussing this, you hear a crunch behind you. Of
Fiona
Swing around
doesn't
and look
even
with my
turn
crossbow.
around. Yeah, she just kind of does that sigh as she just slowly turns her head, like with her eyes closed, going, "What the hell now?"
Talia got
As
her
you
crossbow raised in that
turn
direction.
and look, and are all ready, you see a creature peering round a corner at you. White fur, small like horns coming out of its head, blue skin and paws and like large feet, and it just looks at you all and just sort of goes,
Fred?
Emily steps forward and starts speaking in the same sort of guttural tones.
Emily.
The creature eventually just goes, and then just starts stomping away.
What did it say, Emily?
What did you do, Em?
Emily sort of turns to you all and goes, "That was a yeti. It is one of a tribe that serve the lord of this city,
The
Glass-
Lord.
Glacirex."
Right.
Go on.
He said, "As long as we do not try to take anything, we are not trespassing."
Great. And we want to take something.
He doesn't have to know that, as long as we have a good look round and see where it is.
I guess.
I could-
Or we
Maybe
ask
this is an
the Lord
opportunity
if
to
we can have it.
scout
Then
it.
it's not
No.
stealing.
We could ask, what's the easiest route into the centre section?
It's already walked off.
I mean, you can see it. It's not gone far. It's currently like looking at the statues and is like tugging at like trying to get at the gold, basically.
Interesting.
Is the Lord nice? Like, nothing's
Fiona
attacked us
actually
so
pulls
far.
out a gold piece out of her jacket and kind of gets the Yeti's attention with it.
The Yeti sees the gold piece and comes comes proper running over, does the all fours gorilla run and then stops in front of you. By the way, Yetis are large.
I know, I
they're-
thought that.
They stand at about 8 feet tall. They're quite big and quite muscular.
So she
it's got a
kind of, she kind of holds it out to it and, passes it over and gives it a scruffle on the head.
It avoids the scruffle and it goes
All right.
But it takes the gold coin and looks at it and goes, and you watch as it like it's got like a rough like leather belt, and it quickly puts it in a pouch, and it goes, "Gah, nyah, nyah." And Emily
Get about
goes,
its master.
it says that will be a good addition to its master's collection.
Can you
His
ask if we
master's a
can
collector, huh?
speak to his master?
Emily makes the same sort of guttural sounds, and the Yeti sort of looks at her and then at the rest of you and goes, "Gah, nish, quack, dwa." And Emily goes, he asks what business we have with the great Glassarex.
Trade.
Yeah, trade.
Emily just goes, "Gosh," and the Yeti goes, "Gosh," and he beckons you. He like just sort of waves and starts stomping off towards those tunnels.
I follow. We
Yeah, we
really
follow,
do
I
not
guess,
have,
and-
a lot of choice right now.
Okay.
Shouldn't we have asked what his master is and stuff? If he's friendly?
We could potentially ask as we walk. This way
Yes.
we can
Yes,
probably
yes.
get
Let's do that.
information.
Let's get information about him.
Okay.
What do we even
So-
have to trade?
We'll work on that.
But as it leads you into one of these tunnel entrances, Emily peppering it with, you assume, questions in this language, which it only answers in like grunts. It's obviously decided you're above its pay grade. But it leads you into these tunnels, and you can see these tunnels are lit with torches.
Interesting.
Like these torches that are burning with this,
Oh.
but they're burning with a blue flame. And as you get near them, you can feel they're cold. It's the same sort of blue, and you can see the ends of the torches are like marked with these glyphs. That's creating this flame, and he guides you through this complete warren of tunnels, until you reach what looks like a communal chamber, and inside that is a much larger Yeti. We're talking huge, like
Holy moly.
sort of 15 feet in height, really big, like covered in like bone totems and all sorts, and it turns and goes, "Gah! Guga nash giza." And the smaller Yeti goes, "Gah, nigus, gah," and it pulls out the gold coin to show, and the bigger Yeti snatches it and goes, "Gah, niguga." And Emily goes, the big one was basically asking why he'd brought us here. The other one said trade. You watch as the Yeti stomps over to a flat, almost like mirror sheen piece of ice, and goes, "Gahish, nigaga, gunadashish." This piece of ice is angled so you guys can't see into it, but you hear something speak out from the other side, and it goes, "Niganashiga, kunashi, gunadagar, shinokoshi, nashak." And Emily goes, "I believe they're speaking to Glassarex, and Glassarex has expressed interest in us. He says he will open the green copper ward gate to allow us entrance, and that we are to be escorted there."
Alright. Well, it's a start.
So at this point, you see multiple
This
other
doesn't like
Yetis
us,
coming
yes.
through the tunnels. There's like multiple other Yetis now coming in, and as you sort of count them up, you see there was probably there's like 9 Yetis in total, including this larger one here in this tribe.
Okay. That could have been interesting if things had gone south, but
It's not gone south yet.
Then can you say
It's
thank
still
you
goes
for
down.
us, Em? And Val is gonna grab
30
I mean,
gold pieces out of his
yeah,
pocket.
that's all we've got is gold at the minute, but
I mean, we've got 95 platinum.
Shh.
that's true.
Val grabs 30 gold pieces. And just because they're going to escort us and open the gate, he basically hands that over as an offering.
The largest Yeti sort of looks down at you and just sort of goes, and gently takes the gold from you, passes it to one of the smaller Yetis to put in a pouch, and then just sort of waves a hand, and the two of the other Yetis form up, one in front and one behind you all, and they start leading you through this warren of tunnels. After about 20 minutes, you come out in front of the gate, and pass through into the next ward. This is the southernmost ward you're now in, and you can
Okay.
see here the buildings here have a much more industrial air to them. You can see what look like blacksmiths and large factories that look like they're part metal and part crystal. Everything's done in black with silver highlights, giving everything a very clean, professional look. What immediately catches your attention, though, is laid on top of 3 of these large buildings, ones that are most flat, are 3 frost giants. And one of them sort of looks up and looks down and goes, "Nigosh." And you hear the Yeti reply and goes, "Nah, and waves at you and then waves towards the middle. And something immediately catches all of your attention as you're passing through. You can see the gate to the middle again is completely frozen solid. However, there's also rubble been stacked in front of it, like it's been barricaded,
Right.
and literally giant chunks of stone have been placed and pressed against it. And
I have a bad feeling about this.
you can see the frost giants are looking at you. Make an insight check, anyone who wants to.
Can I do it? And can I use my cowl ability? Because I get advantage on insight checks.
I do one as well.
Yeah. You have a disadvantage though, Val, because of your exhaustion.
Okay. Well, no point doing it a second time.
21?
Okay, 21. Looking at the faces of these giants, you can see there is 1 female and 2 males. And they're looking at you with pity. And they keep glancing towards the middle with fear.
Interesting.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but I think we are really, really heading to trouble.
The Yetis just keep taking you through. The giants just watch as they do.
Those
And you
giants are looking at the things worriedly.
As you reach the next gate, you can see just to the right of it, there's been rubble stacked up against the wall, to the height where the giants can get up to it and climb over it if they want to. That's the way they get in and out of the city. It's not high, you guys wouldn't be able to use it to climb over, but for these sort of 18-foot tall giants, it's okay for them.
It's like bunny hopping a fence.
Yeah. So they move you through into the next ward, which is now, you see these 4 tall jade towers, these green copper towers spread out, the ones that you had seen through Queenie, the wyverns on top of. And as you walk in, you can see there's multiple walkways linking them, made out of wood and rope, that have obviously been added since. And you can see the wyverns looking over the edge of the towers down at all of you. The towers themselves are good sort of hundreds of feet tall, so they're not at any risk, but they've all clocked you. And you can now see standing at the base of some of the towers and sort of moving around here, there is a number of orcs dressed in very heavy winter furs, and they all sort of turn and look at you, and one of them speaks in common and goes, "Well, looky here." And he turns to the Yeti and speaks in, you assume, Yeti, and then he just goes, "Nah, shinga," and the Yeti just nods, and you look and you see they guide you around the edge to the gate from this ward that would lead to the center, and you see water flowing off the gate. You can see this gate was frozen until recently, but something has come and unfrozen it. And the Yetis both
Tesseract powerful.
the Yetis both push against it and push it open, and then wave you through.
This place is kind of interesting.
Harry,
I don't
I
like the
feel like
feeling
we're
of this.
walking into the. We're getting to walk into the wolf's den, I think.
I'm pretty sure we're walking into the wolf's mouth.
Just play it.
What on earth are we going to
calmly.
trade? We're going to need more than gold to get what we want,
Just
I think.
play it as calmly as you want. Just calmly.
By the way, as you've been walking, if Blossom, you've been checking the compass, it's kept pointing towards the middle.
So we're heading towards it, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pointing right towards this 500-foot tall pearlescent tower.
Oh,
Just
this
because
is
we
your
don't-
test, Vienna.
Yeah, just because we
Hope
don't
it's
have
all
it
worth
on
it.
us. I was going to say, just because it's not on us, it doesn't mean to say we can't trade it. Just keep that
Very
in
Very
mind.
true.
The
Trade
Yetis are
our
both
salt
stood
for
there
it.
at the gates and are just sort of waiting for you to go through. They're not following you past this point.
Okay.
Guess we're on our own.
Deep breath.
Before we go in, Vienna will sort of talk to Emily and says, "Can you talk to them and ask them what exactly they're afraid of? See if you can get anything out of them."
Emily goes, all right. And she starts speaking in Yeti, going, and the Yetis both look at her and go, and she turns and goes, "They are not afraid of Glossarex. They say the giants are because they are fools. They lost their chief."
Interesting.
He's hoping we can be diplomatic.
Yeah, that's
Guess we'll find
where
that
I was
with this.
turning with that. Yeah,
Well, I guess we go then.
we'll go through.
Okay,
Let's
you
find
go
out what this
through,
guy
and
is.
as you go through, the Yetis close the gate behind you, and you hear it just lock into place. It doesn't freeze back over, but it has been pushed closed. And ahead of you, you can see this pearlescent tower reaching up into the sky.
Guess we're going in there, huh?
Yep. So we go
Okay.
in.
Everyone keep on guard. Who's going to do the talking? You're a diplomat, right?
I do my
It's-
best.
Val almost crosses himself, but with a hand movement tracing the
Tritherian
symbol of
symbol instead.
Tritherian, and kisses his necklace, and is just right, here we go.
Okay.
Wish me luck, Raven Queen. I'm going to
You
read
can
it.
see a set of beautifully made steps leading up to a set of double doors that stand open leading into this tower.
Okay.
As you move up them, as you get closer and closer to this place, the temperature is dropping lower and lower
Let me
and
die before we
lower.
even get to him.
We're gonna
It's not
freeze
so.
before we
It's
get
not.
to him.
It's not that bad, but it's like this is now even worse than just the Arctic cold. This is really.
And Armatae becomes statues forever. End of
Yeah.
campaign.
And as you pass through the doors and look down, you can see it looks like a crudely made arena. That isn't the obvious what if this floor was originally, but you can see now there is just this this fine powdering of snow, and dusting across the bottom of this arena, and the actual circumference of the tower itself is about 70 feet. It's not massive on the inside, but glancing around, you can see like stalagmites of ice reaching up into the sky. There's ice all over the walls. As you look up, there is no floors above you. There's no stairs. Like there is, like you can see the remains of floors on the outsides of the tower, and at the very top you can see there is still a single floor left with a hole in it at the very, very top of the tower. But that's it. You can also see the floor of this arena is smeared with frozen blood, and there is a number of frozen statues here, but this time they're not Dragonborn. You see two large wolves. You see what looks like a formless black blob. For those of you who face them, you would recognize two gibbering mouthers that are frozen
God.
here. And a weird-looking blue humanoid dressed in sort of rags with lank white hair and sharp teeth. But they are all completely frozen, not moving.
Do they look different to everything else that's frozen? Like, is it a different kind of ice?
No,
Or they're just statues?
same frozen.
Hmm.
But and then you hear from high up above you, "So, have you come to steal from me?
No, I've just
Or
come
are
to
you?"
talk.
Trade, yeah.
Although it would be nicer to see who we
And
are
you
We're
see
talking to.
discussing.
movement on one of the upper levels as a creature comes floating down the tower towards you.
Floating.
Floating. A single central eye
Oh,
gazing
Oh
at you all
no.
with a
I know
number
what
of
it
eye
is.
stalks
Oh,
floating
for
around,
goodness sake.
writhing around its head as Glacerex, the Frost Beholder, moves down towards you all, his gaze taking you all in. And he goes,
Anyone need a visual?
I'm
No.
just finding it to upload,
No,
actually.
no, we don't.
Hang on, let me see if I can find it fast. I can't remember where I. Oh, it'll be under commissions. Hang on, I got this.
I'm gonna say, I'm trying to remember where I saved it.
Users, pictures,
I love
I got
that.
it.
Anyone need a visual? Certainly not that thing.
commissions. Oh, have I
There we
got?
go.
Where the
I
hell?
found it.
Oh, you probably found him then.
There we go.
Find it. I don't have a copy of it
There we go. Has that gone through?
on
Not-
Discord. No. Oh, there he
There we
is.
go.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a really cool looking token.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yes, I noticed it was a token.
Guy looks
as
chill.
well.
Yeah.
But he's sort of floats down and floats to the opposite end of the arena and looks at you all and goes, "So, what are you wanting to trade?"
What are you interested in?
He sort of looks over you all, taking note of your weapons and your general bearing, and he goes, "You are adventurer, fighters."
In a matter of speaking.
I.
Actually, I'm an inventor.
He
That's
looks at you and goes, "Curious. As you can see, I have my collection, my frozen gladiators. I so enjoy pitting them against one another. for my benefit and entertainment.
Is that what's happened to these fellows?
Yes, my loyal subjects outside scour the land and bring me new toys, new gladiators. It's not often that they walk into my city, though.
I feel like I know where this conversation is heading.
Indeed.
But first, what is it you want?
Should
I
I be honest?
I am being a generous host.
Just describe
I-
what it looks like, Vienna.
I'm looking for a dagger, particularly.
I have many daggers.
Would you know what I meant if I meant that this one did a lot more than a normal dagger?
The eye narrows, like the slit pupil narrows even more. I have many magic daggers.
Well, this one I've been told has a wolf head on it. Sickle-shaped blade, particularly.
You see the eye like almost vanish, it becomes that narrow. You try to take the crowning jewel of my collection.
I wasn't planning on stealing
Where
it.
have we said we'll take anything? Trade means
I
you
was just-
offer something and get something in return, right?
Or I may have just wanted information about it.
You watch as they float up out of your view, and you watch as one of the eye stalks flashes, and another statue comes floating down, held in what you would assume is some kind of telekinetic grip.
Is it a Kenku?
Blaster X. It is a Kenku.
It's hinges! Oh my god!
Mate.
And he places it down in front of you, and you can see, held in a reverse grip in this Kenku's hand, a dagger that is currently letting off cold mist from the blade. The end of the pommel, a wolf's head biting into an onyx jet.
That's it.
Oh. I said the wrong crystal in the Discord. Oops. Same thing.
As I said, the crown of my collection. She
Why-
put up quite a fight, you know. But the cold, the cold from that blade, it matches me perfectly.
I can see that.
Matching.
So, you've obviously spent a lot of time with this blade. What can you tell me about it? After all, I did say I may have only been here for information.
When it cuts, it frees it. I tested it
That's pretty cool.
extensively when she wielded it against me. She turned into mist and tried to get away. Unfortunately, magic has a habit of failing in my sight.
So he has a magic nullification field. Stalk.
Exactly.
Uh-oh.
I'm getting info.
Oh, clever girl.
He tried to douse the flame, to hide in the darkness. It failed. And she tried to coat herself in ice like my own armor. And as you look at this creature, you can see, like, it already has like tough looking skin, but you see there is like a layer of permafrost coating this creature, forming like armored plates all over it.
I see. So, do you want to elaborate on your battle? It sounds thoroughly interesting.
Quite a tale.
Her and her little friends came and tried to steal from me.
What did they try to steal?
Now, why would I tell you that?
Probably just gold or something. They were after treasure, right? Just common thieves, yeah?
Indeed. But the treasure of this city is mine.
I can see that. Your prowess knows no bounds.
Right. You don't have to tell us about the treasure, but do go on about the fight.
How did you defeat them?
She was the most powerful of them. The others fell quickly enough. One just died. The other turned to dust. One I froze and gave to the orcs as a plaything. And she I keep as my trophy.
So, you say she put up a fight?
Yeah, what made it such a close fight?
I never said it was close. She merely put up more of a fight than the others.
Clearly they stood no match for you.
They were skilled at getting past my guard. They snuck in. But combat was not their greatest skill.
Clearly not.
Sorry, I'm trying to think so quickly on my feet now.
So,
We don't want to fight
what
this thing.
do you offer in trade? And are you seeking the dagger? Or just the information I have given you?
Well, you don't seem like you're willing to give up the dagger, so... Unless there is something
Depends
else.
on what you offer me.
Well, right now, unfortunately, one of your giants have chased up everything we own apart from the gold we have on us.
My giant.
Or a giant.
Oh, I know who you mean.
The angry fellow.
I've been meaning to put him down for a while.
We taken him out. Would we have said, hey, we took care of this guy? Oh, never mind.
He was the chief of the other three. But he wanted to get stronger. To get out from under my tyrannical rule. So he committed taboo. He ate a troll.
He ate a troll?
It's a ritual amongst frost giants. If they do so and swear themselves to the troll god rather than their own, they gain power.
That'll explain the healing.
But they
mutate.
Yeah, mutations.
His own clan was forced to exile him.
I mean, we screwed him over a little bit, but I think mostly we just pissed him off.
I mean, in general, we certainly don't want you to feel like we're stealing from you, and you seem like a rather fair person, so what would be, in your eyes, a fair trade for the item?
I'm assuming diamonds and gold are probably not going to be enough, am I right?
I would need an item of similar power and alignment. Or sufficient recompense.
What
of
would be sufficient recompense?
Entertainment.
Like what, dancing?
I think he means fighting.
Figures.
So, if we were to entertain you by fighting, I will tell you that us fighting each other is out of the question. However,
Oh. No.
Probably wants us to fight his trophies.
Mortals is so.
But that fucking
boring.
blue skin thing is not a planetar, is it?
No.
Okay, good. Just because when he said mortals, I'm like, you're not making us fight a fucking god. This is taking it too far.
You watch as his eye stalks sort of look at the creatures around you that are frozen, and he goes, "This should do for a start. I was planning to pit them against each other. But maybe having them fight you would be entertaining.
Wait, what? We're doing this right now? What are we fighting?
And maybe I could join in a little for my own entertainment."
No, like, instant killing us, though. That's not really going to be very entertaining for you, is it?
Depends how much of a fight you put up, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
True. We really doing this, guys?
can you see anything else?
I don't think we can walk out of here.
I think you're right.
Oh,
Well, we're gonna die if we don't try something, and we'll possibly die if we do, so technically we have nothing to lose.
I don't say this very often, but I'm sorry I dragged you all into this.
When dealing with this, it'd been the hags.
you all watch as this beholder floats upwards, and 6 of his eye stalks shoot out a pale blue beam, each hitting one of the statues around the room. And you watch as the ice melts off of their forms, and they all take breaths.
Well, okay. That's worrying.
And he goes, "Let the games begin."
Roll initiative.
And that
we need
is
to get a
where I'm
battle
going
map.
to end today's
No!
session.
Oh,
No,
no.
no,
Oh,
no,
Daddy.
no.
No, you want to do the combat now?
No, we've been here all bloody night.
Exactly.
I know.
I felt like this
I
was a
know.
good stopping point.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
You've shown the arena and shown the
I'm
token
so
of the
sorry.
beholder, or
Oh, well, hang on. I will put that on so that you guys can see it ready
just
for
so the
next
stream
time.
can see.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hang on.
man.
Hang on. Oh, I didn't mean to roll that. I was trying to move Emily's thing out of the way. There we go.
Oh, my days.
Look at them.
That's fine. That's fine.
What is that fucking thing up there? What
Oh,
is
that's
The
that?
blue thing.
That would be an Oni.
Oh my god! And they're direwolves?
They are winter wolves.
Winter
Winter
wolves.
wolves. That's the gibbering mouther, right?
There are 2 gibbering mouthers, and there is a black pudding as well.
Oh, my. I'm so sorry, guys.
What's a
I'm
black
so
pudding?
sorry.
I want to know.
And then you've
Well,
got a
technically
cross beholder to
speaking,
deal with.
all we're fighting are these 2. Everything else is still frozen.
Oh no, he's unfrozen everything.
It's
in here.
unfrozen
Oh,
everything.
Yeah.
He said
Fighting
6
all.
beams.
It's going to be a shit show.
He's
Yeah.
shot out 6
Yeah.
beams and unfroze everything.
Oh,
Right,
Whether
yeah.
you
damn.
can
Mouths are
turn
pretty
some of these
slow.
things against each other, that's for you to decide later. But for now,
be fine.
everyone, I hope you have enjoyed the absolute mentalism this session has been. I have. My players
Oh, I
can't
was
figure out
getting
how
so good with the owls, and now I'm just like, yeah, we're fucked.
to... Yeah, especially considering he does have anti-magic cone.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
discerned,
which
didn't we?
means
Anti-magic
I'm-
cone, freeze ray of some
I was
description,
trying to
probably
get as
disintegration.
information out of him as possible.
This guy has like don't even like you can look at a beholder stat block and you'll get some stuff he can do, but I have added so much.
We are actually going to die. That's end of campaign, isn't it?
I think
You-
so.
You did a smart thing in actually like approaching and asking. Like
Yeah,
this
fighting
is a
him would have
way-
been a
This
bad
is a way
idea.
to do it without having to fight him to the death. Like if you
It's just
entertain
whether
him
we
enough,
survive the rest.
Yeah.
and yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna end now, and we can talk about this off stream.
Yeah.
So
God.
hope everyone has enjoyed. A bit tense, a bit more tense, a bit more scary than usual. And I did warn them I was ramping up the difficulty. This was their own fault.
Difficulty was fine.
Yeah, we were struggling in the last thing and like
Yeah.
cornered us and stuff. Like
Yeah. But anyway, everyone, please stay safe. We will be back on the 28th for the culmination of this. Until then, bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.
everybody.